No, he doesn't have to sign. We decided we did wait to sign, and he's standing right there, so hopefully, because that's not my style. And, so we did away with the sign, and what we're going to be doing is, he'll stand up and give me a motion if he doesn't catch my eye, because we're all concentrating on what's going on. I told him to silently say, and I'll know time's up. Approximately 30 seconds at the end of each speaker. 5 minutes for a scheduled speaker, 3 minutes for an unscheduled speaker. He will give a 30-second notice to me and for everybody to see. And there will be a hard stop at 5 minutes and a hard stop at 3 minutes. Thank you. So, roll call vote.
Logan.
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Doug.
Yes.
Marianne. Yes. Richard.
Yes.
Jeff.
Yes.
Motion carries. Brian, thank you for your service. All right. So, let's continue. We did not have any scheduled public comments. So we have, unscheduled public comments. The first person I have is Laura Muller. Laura, would you please step to the podium and state your name and address for the record? Thank you.
Laura Mallow, 262 Linwood Drive. Great.
Yes, ma'am.
First off, very quickly, I want to touch on our appointment process. Whenever we have a vacancy, it's filled by whomever you know who texts or calls you and says they want the position. Prior to January of 2019, appointments were advertised and every citizen had a fair chance to explain why they want the appointment. With their last appointment, the seat was vacant for literally 3 seconds before Mike Street made a nomination to appoint someone into that seat. You didn't even respect their recent election. You chose someone who has never ran in that election. I've said for months and will say it again, the appointment process in this town is biased and unfair to citizens. There's no order to it, and I believe appointments should be advertised and every citizen given a fair chance to say why they are fit to fill the position. Last year, I brought up the fact that we were paying for a council person to have insurance despite never having passed an ordinance. My question now is, will that council person be responsible to pay the money back to the town since the person took it without an ordinance being in place? I'm standing before some of their town's wealthiest residents sitting on this council, and you have the nerve to say to us, you're going to sit in those seats and raise every single tax and fee that we have this year, but we don't have money to fix potholes, do anything nice for the citizens, but somehow we have the money to pay up to $135,000 for council people's insurance. You all should be losing sleep over how you can cut this budget instead of burdening taxpayers with higher taxes and fees. We're in the worst shape financially that Richlands has ever been in, and you still want to take for yourselves. Sitting on this council should be an honor and a privilege where each one of you asks what you can do for this town and not what you can take from it. We have men and women in almost every department who are labeled part-time, thus rendering them ineligible for insurance. We have EMTs and firefighters whom we ask daily to lay their lives on the line for us in this town, and they do, but we deny them insurance. But somehow you think sitting on this council entitles you to have the town pay for your insurance. Anyone who voted yes to this issue last meeting should be ashamed of themselves for putting your own entitlement over the needs of this town. Voting yes to personal insurance for council members proves Councilman Ratliff right when he has said that we can cut this budget to save taxpayers money, but you don't want to. We could pay over $135,000 for your insurance, or we could put a splash pad in town, build a dog park, and still have money left over. I appreciate Councilman Ratliff and Councilman Plaster for not voting yes on this issue. Ironically, you already have the resolution drafted into tonight's packet, so I'm sure you have plans to pass your own selfish gain, but just remember, some of you have an election coming up, and we will not forget this.
Thank you, Ms. Molly. Okay. Next, I have Mike Osborne. Is that correct, Mr. Osborne? Yes, sir. You'll come to the podium and state your name and address for the benefit of the record. Thank you.
My name's Mike Osborne. I live in 216 Plantation Drive. And I own 3 lots there. And I've got 1 lot I want to put a building on. In the process of cleaning, I found I've got a sinkhole for drainage. And on the plat, it shows a easement, water easement that's never been put in place. So, electrical lines, sewer lines, my driveway is going to be in that easement in two places. Now, why has it not never been put in place in the beginning of, land development? That's my question. I need some help with this. from somebody. We're gonna do it from-
I suggest, I appreciate that very much. I'm gonna read something very quickly. Well, you finish your talk and then I'll speak. I don't want to take your time.
That's what I've got to say. I've got a drain easement here. It's never been put in place. It started and stopped. Water's going down the sinkhole on a piece of property that I bought and then realized it was there. So I got to deal with it.
Thank you. Did you state your name and address?
Mike Osborne.
Okay. We have that. And if you wouldn't mind to write down on a piece of paper, maybe that one, and I will give it, you can give it to the town manager. He will follow up with that. It's something that he'll need to do. I'm not sure we can do it here in the council. Okay, that's why you're here. Thank you.
Could I say something? It's the same problem that your neighbor had, with the burn. Just so, Mr. Obama will know, we talked about it last month, and they have the same problem. All that water coming from that, road.
Very dry.
Right. Just understand, Mr. Obama will know.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. If you write your name and number down on the paper, we'll give it to you. Okay, I appreciate that very much. Okay, we'll let the podium be cleaned and sanitized. Now, Joe McCracken. Joe. State your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
Joe McCracken, 1411 Jewel Street, over by the propane gas company. Here to speak on the drains, ditches, and flooding in the town of Richlands. There's still been nothing, that I know of that's been done to protect the citizens in the town of Richlands from the flooding and the drainage issue. We've been talking about this for several years. The prior town manager said he would do some ditching on down toward the concrete plant. It has never happened. Nothing's ever taken place over there. And the water has come real close to coming over the road again, the last two times, which it's impassable. Citizens can't get in or out, and we only have one way in and one way out over there, along with 60,000 gallons of propane on my street. So we need help over there. At least do some draining and ditches, and maybe talk about getting us a second way in or out, just in case there might be a hazard over that way in the future. So I appreciate your help. It was voted on last time that the ditch be extended on down toward the concrete plant. It's never happened, and I would like to see some movement over that way. And the railroad has cleaned up a lot of their material down in the bottom. Hopefully we can talk to them some more and get some more cleaned out for the water to have a little bit more time before it backs plumb up. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. I would suggest, we probably have your number on file, but I would refer Joe to you, and, thank you, Joe. We'll make sure that everything is addressed as best we can. Thank you.
Can I say something? If we check the minutes, the council vote that we extended this, Mr. Obama. So if you could check into that, that's probably a month, about 2 months ago. Mr. McCracken.
When it was voted on to extend the ditch back toward the concrete plant was about 2 meetings ago.
Yeah, I think it was unanimous, wasn't it?
And the town manager said he would extend that, but it never happened.
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate the input. Okay, next for unscheduled public comments is Sandra Cole.
Hello, my name is Sandra Cutler and I live at 1301 McDowell Street. And at the risk of being redundant, I want to just speak to the matter of the provision of health insurance for the council members. And I must say, I would have to, if I had a vote, I would have to vote no. I think you choose to run for an election, you choose to serve in a public service, and you do. I know you get paid, but I don't think of it as a paycheck. I think it's just stipend because you're willing to work and spend the effort to represent our town and our citizens. But I do not want my taxes raised to pay for your health insurance. It's all I can do to pay for my own. And I really don't, I think it's self-serving, and it's self-serving at someone else's expense. So I would have to say no to that. And I have one more thing I want to bring up, and that I don't know who owns the apartments. What's that street, Jeff, across the street from your church? Is that 4th Street? I don't know who owns those apartments, but there are a lot of children living in those apartments, and they are young children, and they're playing in front. They've got all kinds of stuff out there that's right on the sidewalk. It looks horrible. The kids are running back and forth between parked cars. Somebody's been hit. But it really is a mess, and whoever owns that property, I think they need to be advised they need to take a look at things there. Thank you.
Thank you. It's at the corner of North, 4th and South.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good day, everybody. Good day. Sandra Cole, Ceuller. Okay. Thank you. Each person who spoke, and expressed your will to the council. Okay. The next item on the agenda is item 9. Downtown events update presented with the Richlands Director of Community Development, Connie Allen.
I've just got a couple of updates. So first, I'd like to thank everyone that helped with the Easter event. Of course, Logan, he was copied Easter Bunny. All the kids really loved him, so that was a positive. The Ramp Up Committee, Braden Cordell, Devin Van Dyke, Kristen Newberry. And also I'd like to thank all the sponsors, which was Pinch Valley Medical, Town of Cedar Bluff, the Tazewell County Board of Supervisors, Tom Lester and Travis Hackworth, AJ Robinson, Director of Communications and Tazewell County Tourism, and Pizza Plus. So I just want to say thank you again for helping with that event. Second thing, revitalization. We have completed all the documents that was required for the planning grant. I have submitted those, and DHCD said they would be getting back with me at the end of the month once they have their meeting and review all the documents that we submitted, and if we need to submit anything else. Okay, the library, the IDA met today, but there was not enough members to give me the authority, I guess, to put a bid out there to have somebody to repair the library. So we'll have to wait till they have another meeting and enough people there to vote so we can start going out for bids on that. The River Walkway, the Planning Commission is going forward with phase 1. Thompson and Linton did update the projected project cost. It's going to be $2.350 million. It's $361,981 more from the original plan. So, and also a letter was sent out to all the 4 landowners that we had to get permission to get an easement to go across their property. Mr. Urban Davis did attend the meeting on April the 6th, and he's in agreement. I think that Richard talked to the Mullins family, they're in agreement. Bob Tatum sent a text stating that he would allow us to go across his property, so we only need to talk to one more landowner. Once we get that, we'll have to get an official, commitment letter drawn up by our attorney, and get that signed, and then we can start working on the grants for the walkway. So once we do all that, we can, start working on it, trying to get money in, start on phase one. So everyone seems to be excited about it.
What was that total again? What was the total?
Total, $2,350,000. That's for phase one. There's, we have been checking on different ways, different grants. So hopefully, I don't see why we can't get a grant. We get all the dates in a row, so. Any other questions on that one? Summerfest is gonna be June the 25th and 26th. We did get the contract for the fireworks, will be on the 26th. And vendors have been signing up, so as long as nothing happens with COVID, we should be able to go forward with that, but we're still on the planning stages. The pitch package, I still like a little bit more things on that. I mean, if a new business was to come in town, I could give them what I have, but I had to update a couple of things. And I didn't have time to finish the little virtual thing. I just run out of time. That's it. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you, Carmen. Yeah. Sounds exciting. Okay, next, item 10, council member reports. Jeff?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council, for my appointment. I hope I'll serve you guys as well as the town will during the remainder of this appointment. And I appreciate your confidence and your trust in me to hopefully fulfill the duties that you left here, Rod, to take over to be mayor. And good luck in your mayorship.
Thank you.
A couple things I wanted to mention. I do appreciate the nameplate. Better than the homemade sign. Thank you. That was a joke. But no, I wanted to mention since the last meeting, maybe still Mike's thunder. I don't know if he was going to talk about the Shamrock 5K that was held Saturday, March 13th, downtown Richlands. We were taken aback by the participation. My wife, Cherry Hurst, directed the 5K, and it was an outstanding event, outstanding night. And when we looked at the numbers, there was over 157 runners, and out of that, 112 were from out of town, out of state. We had them from North Carolina, Tennessee, and West Virginia. And those are just the runners, not to mention their families and the people that they brought to this area and to the town that night. And it was a sight to see. I know a lot of them were there and saw it, so, and some of you ran, so it was quite a evening of hope, and just I just had smiled the whole night just knowing that how packed the town was, and it was nice. So it was great. I think several local restaurants had a waiting list to even get in to eat, so that was outstanding for everyone. But that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. We appreciate that very much. Okay. No.
I just got two things. There's a pothole just below Wiley's. I think it's in front of the residence. And it's pretty, in the bar, if you hit it, it's going to cause a wreck. So I wish we could look into that and fill that pothole. Number two, 2 months ago, we talked about the police department when they went on trips, they were given cash. I'm not sure, $25, $50. What I'm concerned with is if they take a trip, they have a flat or a blowout, or an accident, or they have to stay overnight. There's no way that that amount of money can cover what they might run into. So I'm going to make a motion that they have a credit card when they take a trip or something. So if they run into a flat tire, have to stay overnight, that they have that credit card that they can draw on and cover the expenses. So I would make, so I make a motion that the police department have a credit card that is kept, of course, in the police station. When one of the officers takes a trip, that he has access to that credit card. And so he runs into unforeseeable things like a flat tire, having to stay overnight, or unexpected expenses. He's not out there with no cash.
That might help clarify that. Doug is making a motion to allow the police department to have one credit card for travel expenses.
Mayor, would it be okay if we go back and get some information on this? I know we currently have there's some policies on our credit card usage. Maybe something that we can put on next month's agenda so we can bring the information back to the council for further discussion.
I mean, if the motion's not seconded, I guess.
I was waiting, I understand, I would suggest that we can go, the dollar credit card is not a second, but you want to withdraw it and refer it to Mr. O'Donnell for further research.
Okay, I would want to, I checked other police departments, and that's their procedure. And it not only helps that officer, but it keeps a good record of what they spent. But I would draw the motion until you do some research. That's me.
Thank you. Is there anything else?
Mayor, yeah, I just want to comment on that. I'm sure Mr. Daniel would meet with Chief Gilbert anyway, and there's no reason to discuss this in further because we are going to meet, but I think Chief Gilbert's last meeting, I think he explained why he preferred cash. I think it was more than $25 or $30, but that's really irrelevant because we're going to discuss it.
Any other thoughts? Okay, thank you very much. Anything else? Okay, thank you. Okay, next, Richard Brown. Richard.
Just a couple of things, back on. Back on April 8th, Mr. Daniel sent out an email regarding complaints from citizens that I guess don't know if they've been treated, and I didn't quite understand. I mean, the issue that we've been having with the group as a whole, the council getting, passing along information directly to the party heads. I didn't understand the body of it.
May I ask, Richard, Richard, is this the one to clarify? Because I'd asked John about it.
I believe it is.
And then he can address it, because it's, mayor and council members, this was from the email of, April 8th, from, John and, Carbon, sent to, Wayne and members of council. All right, I would like to make sure we're on the same page when it comes to requests, or complaints that you may receive from citizens. As you receive these requests, please pass those along to me, and I will begin working with staff to respond and address the concern. I feel that this is the best way to make sure all requests are handled appropriately. Okay, and then he goes on to say, to conclude the email, also wanted to let you know that the Allegheny Street Bridge will be closed Monday, April 12th, for repairs. The bridge will remain closed in June 29th, but the contractor hopes to finish the repairs earlier. Thank you, John and Daniel. Richard, I think you're talking about the first paragraph.
Yes, sir.
Sounds John.
Yeah, I just wanted to agree. I mean, I didn't know.
Expand on
Expand. I didn't know it become an issue with council.
It hadn't become an issue yet. I just saw it potentially could be an issue, and I wanted to make sure we're all on the same page so that it didn't become a bigger issue. That when y'all receive complaints, that we're giving me so that we can work with staff to address those, make sure nothing falls through, cracks, or doesn't miss everything.
No, that was my goal to work together with that. Individually. One other thing with the preparation for the budget,
that you sent out, I really like what you worded it, the memo was very self-explanatory as far as what we're getting ready to get into. I appreciate it. That's all.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, let's see. Did you want to, they have on your, high school? Sorry.
The one thing I had on the agenda, I forgot.
It's okay.
Richlands High School
We got,
prom.
want to start off with, an adjournment, so.
Yeah, so we're good. You want to back up and start over?
We're good.
Richlands High School requested that the town, sponsor, what we're calling, it's prom, not prom, it's a junior, senior formal. With code restrictions, it's gonna be basically the same thing as last year. Of course, spoke to Connie a couple times, had several different meetings. We're gonna try to do it outside this year and incorporate Norfolk Avenue, the Greenway, the section house, several businesses, really set up, and hopefully the weather will hold off. It's very little, to any extent, everything on public regulations, get up the majority of the cost. And I've spoken to the chief about traffic control and they think we'll do it.
Thank you. That promises to be a really nice meeting, but it's quite good as well. Thank you, Richard. All right, next, Street, Mike.
Richard, what's the name of that? May, I don't think it's me though, I think it's Mary.
Oh, that is, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Mary Ann, leave it to me.
It's all right.
I apologize. Mary Ann Strong. Mary.
Thank you. I appreciate, I don't know if this was Connie or Dawn or who changed the order, but it's always unfair, I think, when you always go like in one direction. I was in the last for several years and, you know, so many things were mentioned before they ever got to be. So I think it's very fair to mix it up. So thank you. And I just want to welcome our new town manager, Johnny Daniel. I think that we have so far been the center of the friendly circle and made you feel very welcome. I can tell you that lady I refer to as Mrs. Richlands, I'm sure you've met Ginger Brandon. Maybe not. She's been trying to catch you because she's had meals to bring to your house. So that's just how friendly our community is. But in all seriousness, welcome. We appreciate you leaving the beautiful state of North Carolina to come to the mountains of Virginia. And I'd also like to recognize and thank Jeff Hurst for coming back for another interim position here. Jeff's one sacrifice he makes is he's extremely involved in the Richlands Recreation Commission. So as a council member, he can't be on the commission. He has served for a long time as the commission's president and does an outstanding job. He can't even be on the commission unless we should later on decide to appoint two people. So we welcome his input at all commission meetings. And I know he'll continue to attend. Speaking of rec commission, I do have, I'm excited about this, 4 appointments that the Recreation Commission agreed upon because we had a problem with attendance and some folks have moved out of town. So we have a few things I'm going to mention after this exciting project. So we definitely need attendance and we need a quorum to move forward with business. So I'd like to make a motion, if it's okay, Mayor, can I include all 4 individuals in
I
one
think that
motion?
would be appropriate.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint the following 4 individuals to the Richlands Recreation Commission: Mark Gillespie, Christopher Hess, John Brown, and Grace Stewart.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor, by Mary Ann to appoint Mark Gillespie, Christopher Hess, John Brown, and Grace Stewart as new members of the Recreation Commission. Is there a second?
I will second that motion.
Jeff seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? I'll start with the individual. Any thoughts on this?
I'm good. Yeah. Great, Grace is the lady that come last one or maybe last one. Okay, that's good.
We feel, she'll bring new insight to, more of the senior citizen activities. And if you saw her here last month, she's extremely enthusiastic, energetic, very interested in our community, and I think she'll bring some fresh new ideas to the recreation commission.
Doug, any thoughts? Richie, suggestions?
I know each one brings a specific skill set. I don't know if it's-
He, works at the college. He's also youth pastor at Gethsemane Baptist, and he lives directly across from Critterville. Has a small daughter, he's at the parking lot. All around great gentleman, younger, so future.
Thank you. You seconded the motion, so it's okay. Any
Yeah,
thoughts?
well, I was at the meeting last month when we talked about this because of like what Mary Ann said with the attendance requirements or, just people get busy, as you can imagine, and we weren't having a quorum, so we really couldn't conduct business and we really needed to do some things. So we had a pretty good search, had some good names and some people volunteers. So, the commission is made up of, as most of you are aware, some in-town members, and you have to have out-of-town representation as well. So it makes it extremely difficult to get in-town members because, like I said, you're just so constrained. There's so many people that are involved with athletics, albeit baseball, soccer, football, to find the one that's in town that's willing to serve. So I'm exceptionally excited about these 4 people and hopefully move forward with the commission.
Thank you. Okay, any other discussion? I just want to call them individually. Okay, there being no discussion, I'll call for a vote. Roll call vote. Colin?
Morgan,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Mary Ann,
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carried. Mary Ann, other business?
Yes. So our next meeting will be Monday, on the Monday, March 19th at 6 p.m. in the upstairs meeting room at the Recreation Center. We invite all of you to come. And one project that we have presently going on, and hopefully you have seen some pictures of the Lake Park playground, which is, if I can get this right, sometimes it's a mouthful, the W.W. Fields Park at the J.A. Robinson Field. But the point is the field and Robinson's names are not going to change. And so if you haven't been down there, you need to go. We would like to especially thank the Falls Mills Fishing Club. They donated this wonderful, it's a pirate ship, a wooden pirate ship. And then connected to it is like kids call it a fort, with a little rock climbing wall and some swings. So kids have already been enjoying, and that's a really nice part. So that's phase 1 that Appalachian Agency of Senior Citizens is planning with the town. We've had several Zoom meetings, and I want to thank Regina Sayers and her team. Regina is one of those people I call a mover and a shaker, and she's extremely organized. I know Mr. Daniel, Mayor Curry has been in on these Zoom meetings, and so the first phase will be a walking trail. It's a small park, so for you walkers, you'll have to go 6 1/4 laps to make 1 mile. But we hope to have that completed by November. And Lena Mitchell, who is Appalachian Agency's grant writer and one of the absolute best in the area, is working on a grant. And we have a citizen who's donated private money, and then with the grant, we should be able to complete phase 1, the walking trail, and then we've already got the additional playground equipment. So if you haven't had a chance, I encourage you. I think you go down after school hours or on the weekend, you'll see a lot of kids. Lake Park residents have reached out with great enthusiasm and appreciation. And Critterville is Jessica Reynolds Lawrence, our recreation director, is doing a great job keeping that clean, along with our great street crew and the other people in town working for the town and citizens. There's fresh sand, so I think our parks are definitely looking extremely good at this time of the year. And I too would like to thank Connie, the vendors, and the sponsors, and Logan, our wonderful Easter Hoppy Bunny. And there was even a lady singing, I think, that had previously sang at Old Town. It was just a really nice event for children, and I appreciate all that participated. You know, most council members, each month will express concerns or questions that have been presented to them from citizens. Most of these things I learned early on in council. I tried to settle with the town manager and have them addressed prior to, but then there are some things that I think have to be mentioned at meetings. So, leading into that though, I know that our mayor is a fabulous history teacher and, is very knowledgeable. It's already asked him, and of course, he knew that today was Thomas Jefferson's birthday. I would not have known that, but Ron Brown announced that this morning on WPTH. And he had a quote from Thomas Jefferson that I think is exceptional. The quote is that honesty is the first chapter in the book of wisdom. So that leads me, I would like to ask two council members a question. And the reason I ask this is been asked of me. So for a long time, for a very long time, Mr. Ratliff, citizens have asked me this question: how does Councilman Doug Ratliff serve on the council when their belief is that you do not reside in the town limits for the required amount of time? So my question is, and I just ask for an honest answer, can you honestly say that you physically reside in your residence in Hidden Valley for the required 6 months and 1 day out of the year?
Absolutely, I do.
Again, that's just a question citizens have wanted me to ask. Second question is to Councilman Plaster. Again, you've not been on the council very long, but again, these are questions asked of me to ask. Do you plan to physically reside in the home in the town limits that you have utility bill in your limit?
I do. I already do.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And I would also add, anyone that needed to speak with me on that, I would want them to feel comfortable to call me at any time. At any time. Thank you.
That's all I have for you.
Okay, thank you very much. I just will add, one of the beauties of the park, Inlet Park, the new park, is it's intergenerational. And that is important because, part of the funding could, Ms. Mitchell is applying for a grant with AARP, the Association for Retired People. And, so that in itself, if that happens, I want to clarify that, and we hope that it does, it makes it intergenerational, so it's really for a broad range of people, and also abilities. And I'm really excited about that. Okay, next, Mike, I was trying to jump to you, and I'm so sorry.
You wanted me to talk, that's what you were excited about.
Well, let's go, I'm ready.
So I do have a few things. I do want to welcome John. John, this is your first meeting. So welcome to, officially to your first meeting with Richlands. I hope that you've been welcomed well. Connie touched on the pitch packet. That was the first thing. That's going to be something that's going to be great for us. Connie, if you need any help completing that completely, let me know. I'll help you any way I can. I think that's going to be awesome. Touch a little bit on the revitalization project that I'm involved with her. She's doing a fantastic job, and those ladies are doing terrific. And we got to a point where we needed to address some blight and things to make sure that our project, our actual revitalization project, was a success. And we don't really have blight really addressed the way that we should. And we were able to get some ordinances from the town of Lebanon that they actually completed the revitalization project as well. They were able to give us that. We were able to give that to Wayne. So we're going to be looking at that. I just wanted to mention that because that's kind of my my part in the revitalization, making sure that, all the small businesses have what they need and make sure that the actual revitalization is a success in the way it should be, because that's gonna be, phenomenal for them. It's gonna be incredible. One of the big things I've talked about recently is broadband, internet. So we've had an initial meeting, with him, and in the beginning of that, I'll be vague because we still have a long way to go. But in the beginning, it looked like, Hidden Valley might have had some issues, because they don't have power poles, and we don't have power poles. And it looks like, that's not gonna be a problem anymore if we can make this happen. It looks like, there's some strong possibilities that we're gonna be able to get up at Hidden Valley and offer residents up there a different service, competitive service, and that's phenomenal. We're really, really lucky to be working with AEP to make sure that happens, and then, that's gonna be a little lengthy process, but they're prepared to cover those make-ready costs, and that part won't be any issues there as far as costs. They're prepared to actually, take care of those costs, so that's incredible. We don't really know if there's gonna be any actual make-ready costs for the town of Richlands. We're still looking at all that. It's still a little premature, but this is a phenomenal opportunity. There's been some announcements from different senator and delegates about unserviceable areas and being able to provide, broadband and stuff like that. But unfortunately, that's not something that we're eligible for because we are a service provider. We have service here. So this is all us. This is all reaching out and trying to do better for Richlands, and it's an incredible opportunity. Something that can provide attractiveness to our town as well as businesses. And that's what we want. That's ultimately the goal. We've got to do something as far as increasing our tax base, obviously, and that's something that can do that. I'm really passionate about that, and I'll keep going through that. There's going to be some discussions that I'll have with council. Wayne and I will have with council in that situation and what that may look like. Some of that I'm going to get into tonight, so it's something I'm really looking forward to, and I really like to deal with. The next thing is economic development. I'm very passionate about economic development and helping small business. That's been something. If you're close to me or you've been dealing with me, all the conversations I've had here recently, trying to do everything that I possibly can for a small business. That includes incentives. Currently looking at some incentives and have consensus of council to move forward on some incentives, but we're gonna look at those thoroughly. For new business, it's pretty cut and dry and a really, really awesome opportunity, but we want to be able to help existing businesses. And then we know how important they are in trying to find the right incentive for them and give them opportunity to grow and to have money. And there's different options there. And I'm looking at that. I'm having calls with folks every week. I mean, it's going to be a good thing for us. We're looking at a potential economic development committee or commission. That's something I'm really, really passionate about, something that's going to be able to focus on actual business prospecting as well as incentives, even commercial blight issues, things of that nature that we really need to address in town and provide recommendations on. So I'm really doing everything I can. I really am, and it's something I'm passionate about, and I'll continue to be passionate about, because ultimately that's what we need. We need more small business. We need bigger business. I don't know how much room we have for it, but my gosh, if we've got it all, that'll fine. That's my goal. I just want the citizens to know how hard I am working and how diligently put my name out there to make sure we're doing the best thing that we can for Richlands and providing jobs for our people and doing the best we can. So those are things I have. Someone reached out to me in regards to how often we do meet, being once a month, and I meet much more than that. I can only speak for myself. I meet, I spend hours and hours on the phone with different folks trying to do different things as far as revitalization committee and the REEC and all the different contracts that we're dealing with and the broadband stuff. And this is not a one meeting job. And I appreciate this job. And I would encourage council that if you're a one meeting person, probably isn't the job for you. And I think if we all would put forward the exact amount of effort or go above and beyond, I think our town would strive. So that's my goal. My goal is to sit here and tell about all the wonderful things that I'm trying to do and encourage council to do the same. Find what you're passionate about, help, and do the best you can, and let's move forward. That's what I have to say.
Thank you, Mark. Anything else?
That's it.
Thank you very much. That sounds exciting. Okay, next, last but not least, Logan Plaster, and I've waited for Logan too, because I have an idea about his report. Thank you. Go ahead, Logan.
I know our friends with the cats. I've got, I hope, good news that I hope everyone will take positive. Since the last council meeting, I have spoken with numerous people, numerous citizens that have been concerned about the feral cat colonies in town, and numerous people trying to find solutions. So I had met with Lisa Hess a few weeks ago for lunch, and we talked for a very long time, coming up with some ideas. I have spoken with other citizens that have given me ideas. But I have two emails. One is from Miss Julie Winston, and she is the Executive Director of the Wise County Humane Society. She has sent me an email and requested me to read that to council. I also have one from Miss Linda, and I don't know how to say her last name, but I believe it's Fritsch. I'm not sure. But she is the Director of the Animal Defense League of Washington County. So I'll read Miss Winston's first. And she says, thank you for our phone conversation. As we discussed, Wise County Humane Society is working on a plan with a number of individuals in the Richlands area to address the problem of the community and own feral cats at the Richlands Plaza pending approval by property owners. A local veterinarian, Dr. Allison Sparks of Valley Animal Hospital, has provided estimates for spaying, neutering, and vaccinating the cats. Lisa Hess, who volunteered with Humane Society of Tazewell County until its closure, has offered to track the cats. Linda King has offered to be in charge of volunteers who will care for the cats on an ongoing basis after they have been spayed and neutered. Each cat will be evaluated at the time it is spayed or neutered, and if deemed adoptable, will be transported to a rescue outside our area. Those cats that are true ferals and therefore not eligible to be taken into rescue will be returned to Richlands Plaza. I believe she's meaning Richlands Mall. This process of trap, neuter, and return has proven to be the most effective and humane way to manage community cat populations. A good TNR program begins with removing the adoptable kittens and cats from the population so the overall population is reduced. The cats that are returned are sterilized, given rabies vaccines, as well as other vaccines, given flea preventative, dewormed, and provided with food and shelter. Caregivers monitor the health of the returned cats and arrange for medical care when needed. The end result is a stable group of healthy, well cared-for cats. Trapping cats and euthanizing them has been done for decades with absolutely no success. This is not a solution because cats are territorial. If all cats in the area are removed, a vacuum effect is created and other unsterilized cats move in. Cats who have been TNR'd tend to live in groups. They defend their territory and keep other cats away. They also have no reason to roam because they are being fed and are not looking for mates. In Wise County, our Humane Society has practiced TNR at many local businesses as well as residential areas. Business owners, particularly hotel and restaurant owners, appreciate having a small managed population of sterilized cats to keep away rodents from dumpsters and trash bins. The Richlands Plaza is located near water, making snakes and river rats a potential concern, and without cats to keep their population low. Alice Burton, formerly with Alley Cat Alleys, is a national known expert on TNR. Alice has offered to host a Zoom meeting for everyone interested in TNR in Richlands to teach best practice for trapping and maintaining colonies. We'd like to invite you, your fellow council members, and other interested citizens to attend this meeting. We will let you know when we have the meeting set up. That is from Julia Winston, Executive Director of Wise County Humane Society, and I have talked to her extensively. Now, Ms. Fritsch, I have actually not spoken to her directly, at least not on the phone, but I have talked to her through email. And she says that she represents the Animal Defense League of Washington County Incorporated, ADL, based in Abingdon. We totally support the efforts of residents in Richlands to protect and care for the community cats in their area. These women have asked for the guidance and support of the Wise County Humane Society, a very experienced and competent organization. The proposal and request from your town residents is to conduct a TNR project, for the community cat colony at the Richlands Mall. Now they're thinking about doing more, but that's where they're starting. The trap, neuter, return is the effective and humane program to control colonies of cats without killing the cats. Eradication of colonies is ineffective and a cruel program, and in the long run does not work. Colonies of community cats protect their own territory from new cats moving in. The ADL has a very active trap, neuter, return program in Washington County. We also have the support of the town of Abingdon as well as Washington County governments. ADL provides financial assistance to residents of Southwest Virginia to help spay, neuter their pets. We also assist humane organizations who do TNR in their communities. This is the role we will play with the Richlands cats. We will help with part of the surgery costs on this colony of cats. The return portion of TNR on this project relies on the group of your town residents who are committed to feeding and caring for this colony. We all know their efforts and dedication, and I ask for your support of the cats and their welfare. And that's Linda French, Director of Animal Defense League of Washington County. So, I spoke to Ms. Winston in great detail, and their goal is they have named Lisa Hess as their chairwoman, I suppose, of Richlands. As we all know, Tazewell County does not have a humane society now, and Wise County has graciously opened the door for us to become sort of part of them in Wise County. So they are wanting, the way Julia explained it to me, is that 4 women will be trapping and the cats, and then they will be taking them to Dr. Allison Sparks at the vet clinic in Animal Valley Clinic, I believe, in Cedar Bluff. Dr. Sparks has offered to, on her day off, neuter or spay up to 10 cats at a time, according to Julia. So that is where they stand right now, and they have a detailed plan, and Julia is going to send that to me later on, but she didn't have time to send it to me today. So the detailed plan is what they're going to be doing, and Lisa Hess will be spearheading it, and I can't imagine anyone more qualified in Richlands to do that. So I think that is a good answer and a good starting point for the feral cat colonies in Richlands. So.
Well, thank you very much. That was a whole lot to comprehend.
Yeah.
So did I miss, I talked to Linda about this because I was trying to help us solve this problem outside of the realm of government. Because we have limited ability as a government to do a lot. Did you mention about him coming here and having, an education program?
I did, but Julia Winston had said that she was willing to come to Richlands and do an educational meeting with the feeders and with the trappers, and she is more than willing to come here to do that. And she said that with the right education and the right program, the TNR, you actually wouldn't see the cats. So in these areas where they are being seen and people are, seeing the food or whatever, Julia says that is not how it's supposed to be done. So she said, if the TNR is done correctly, you don't even see the cats, you don't see the feed, you don't see any of that stuff. So she wants to do an educational thing for all of the feeders and the travelers in Richlands. So she's very enthusiastic, and I think the council gave her and Lisa time to take care of this, that I think that the feral cat population will decline significantly.
Thank you. To the folks here who are here concerning the cats, I spoke probably my part more than I did since last time, but I do have a feeling for animals. Everybody here does. I'm absolutely positive about it. But I had asked Blaine, but this guy has been covered up. Well, what is the role of government? But my own assumption is we are limited, we could be a big government. But with your volunteer help, with Ms. King and Ms. and you have done and are going to do, I think this can succeed with the work that Logan has done. I think it can help these animals to have some measure of life where it is possible. It's working in tandem with everyone around us.
I wasn't totally finished. I had some other issues, but that was what I had to say about the cats.
Yes,
So
that's
my
my
last
last
one.
one. Yeah, I want to add to that. Okay. And you'll be getting with these folks, right?
Yeah,
All the, and anyone else is in it?
yeah, with Lisa. I've been talking with Lisa a lot.
Okay,
So.
thank you. Now, go ahead.
So I did have a few things. This was before tonight, but the complaints regarding the sound system, a lot of people are saying that they just absolutely cannot hear and in the sound. And they also had some questions, and I had spoken with Frank about the access channel, but I just wanted an update on that. So I'll get with him that I was asked to make sure to mention that. And then, of course, I want to welcome John O'Daniel. I really appreciate him. I have already met with him twice, and he has answered numerous emails for me, so I really appreciate that. Of course, I have to thank Connie for all of her hard work. Town council really just does not know all that she does, and I really appreciate all that you do, Connie. She works very hard, and she is very appreciated from me. And then I just want to thank the town crew and George for that new crosswalk at House of Barn Collectibles and Trestles Trends. Those business owners are very pleased with that, and especially how fast it went in. So I really appreciate them. And then I did have a call from Ms. Wanda Lowe on Plantation Drive in Hidden Valley. I know Mr. Horn was here last time, and Mr. Osborne was here tonight. They're all having major issues with water, and she was wanting to know if the ditches that were said that would be ditched out for her, if that was on the schedule yet, and she wanted to know when the bylaws of Hidden Valley were done away with. She said she was under the assumption that those were still intact, and she was wanting, on the record, I suppose, those, stated why those are no longer intact or when they did go out. I wasn't sure of that, so I told her I would have to bring that.
May I speak to them? They're still intact. They're automatically renewed every 10 years. So they're fully intact.
So that was one issue. She did ask me to do that. So I would ask Mr. O'Daniel for clarification on that. I do not know. I also had at my community development meeting a few weeks ago, maybe it was last week, I can't remember. We've had quite a few here lately, haven't we? Ginger Branton had asked me to bring this up for her. They're having an issue between the Community Development Center and behind the library in that grass. People are coming there to walk their dogs, and if they're using the bathroom there, and no one's picking up the leftover. So they are, she's very upset by it, and she said that the library will have children coming soon to the library, and they go out there and they read books and whatnot. And she's not wanting a child to step in something, and she's wanting someone to take a look at that. So maybe if our code enforcement officer could take a look at that. I don't know.
Have code on.
Right. So and I saw it, I was there, and there was a lady, she walked the dog, and the dog used the bathroom, and she did not pick it up. So I don't know what can be done about that, but I told her I would bring it up for her. And then, of course, our cat issue, and I hope that our friends are satisfied with my answer right now. And we will be working more. Okay, good deal. Thank you very much. I'm good.
I have one thing that I'd like to ask.
Yes.
We have, I think there's a way we can address additional cats. Is Jerry, Jerry? Let me get Jerry in here.
Okay.
Jerry, in regards to new cats, when somebody, we have code for that, right? For dropping a cat off?
Yes, sir, there are codes for animal abandonment.
Okay. Have we, I don't know if we, I'm asking this question, have we looked at trail cameras for that area or some type of camera?
We have not deployed them, but we do have a couple of trail cameras that we want to deploy in that area to see what we can.
I don't know if we've got a, you know, someone that's dropping cats every little bit or what, but I mean, if they're abandoning that cat, then I, you know, I think there should be.
That is violation of law.
What
yes.
kind of cameras will they?
Well, the trail cams, you know.
Trail.
Hunting, you know, I don't know what kind of cams you might have.
They're like a game camera.
Nobody's dropped any cats off down there since I've been going down there for a whole year. Been going down there since
That's good.
February. No cats have been dropped off anywhere down there. Only new cats are babies that have been born and we just had a new done on Saturday night.
Thank you.
Are they cute?
I haven't got to see them, they're here.
Well, I'm saying just in case, you know, I don't know, you know, I'm good with the cats are there and we should take care of them. But if we can find someone, you know, if they are gonna drop them off, to be safe, you know, it shouldn't be abandoned, you know, so, just in case. I want to look into that. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Bill.
Mr. Street brought up, about our business and we came up with some good points. But I would like to add to that we need to take care of our existing business and have Richlands, help those businesses. If you do the math, we need to take a look at our electric rates, not only for the businesses, but for the residential area or residents. If you do the math, Richlands is much higher than AEP. Penn Valley is much lower than the town because they're on AEP. So I urge that the council take a look at the electric rates, and you can do your own math. AEP is on the average of 10.5 cents a kilowatt. The town is 12.5 to 13 cents on a kilowatt, if you do the math. That might not sound very much, but if you use several kilowatts, that's probably adding $20, $30 to a low bill in town for the residents.
I'm trying to get with you. You're speaking of the proposal that Mike is talking about for helping businesses.
Yes.
And relating the cost of electricity to being business friendly. Why help?
Yes, that's
Summarize that.
exactly.
Okay.
Another thing is we need to keep our tax rates low. All of our businesses are struggling, so we don't need to add any more taxes, and we need to look at our electric rates. And we should at least be the same rate as AEP, and we're not. One other thing is we're asking, I think, the town attorney's going to maybe later bring up some property that's, we need to clean up and so forth. Well, we need to do that, but it's kind of hard for the town to ask citizens to clean up their town or their property when the town has eyesores. And one of the big eyesores is the town lot down here. We've got trucks sitting there for 30 years. They don't move, they're rusted down. So I would urge Mr. O'Daniel, if he would take a look at that and start cleaning that eyesore up, then I think we can ask the citizens, you know, due respect, to clean theirs up if we keep ours up. Thank you.
Let me make a comment. I think, Councilman Street, when we talked about, you know, business incentives for new businesses, you also mentioned to me incentives you're working on for existing businesses as well.
Yes,
Right.
there will be some, but the ones we were looking at, the ones we were gonna attempt to adopt from a small business standpoint really didn't give them enough. Okay, so I'm actually looking into, some DHCD money, that would provide them with, a lot more money. But that's still way premature, but, that's things that we're gonna be looking at in the next month that may help with, electric wheels and, equipment in general, that's, money that we just have. So, there's a few different things we can look at. And I agree with Mr. Allen when he talks about dinosaurs and stuff, and, that's stuff that we should focus on.
Thank you.
One other thing, as far as electric rates, I learned something today that I wasn't aware of, that, through social services, and I had a table here of household sizes and maximum income, and it's really shocking, how easy it is, and I'm thankful for it, very thankful. But it was brought to my attention that really, about 8 months out of the year, they call it, the cooling season, and then like during the winter months. A lot of families, and again, very thankful for it, 8 months out of the year get assistance to pay their entire bill. The only thing it doesn't pay, I was told, is garbage pickup. And that's what I was told from a very reputable source. And, I have the table here, like maximum income with a household size of 4, $2,839. If you fall below that, you can get your entire bill paid for. I'm not disputing ADP from Richlands, it doesn't matter who your provider is.
These are solutions, potential solutions, and I think that personally, as the mayor does not take any position with rates on, this is a good council. And I appreciate all the.
May I come
um,
Okay. I can bring studies. We compared, well, I've got a laundromat in Abington, and of course I have one here. But they have the same equipment, same everything. If you do the math, it costs the one in Richlands $138 extra a month for the same number of kilowatts. We also done studies with the car washes because of money, and the same exact thing. We found that Richlands is at least 2 and sometimes 2.5 to 3 cents higher on a kilowatt. And it doesn't sound like a lot, but smaller businesses like beauty parlors and so forth, they have a problem if their bill is $30, $40, $50. And it shouldn't. So and I understand what Marianne's talking about, but most businesses and most residents won't qualify for those programs. They're turned down. So I think we should look at our rates for the citizens, and I think in the budget, I will show how that Richlands is much higher.
Thank you. We have on the slate tonight, we'll be choosing the budget work session, which is a good also to talk about that. The only reason I'm smiling is not at the factually not, but in reference to the beauty part of it. It's such a young term, Doug. Thank you. Okay. I appreciate that more than you know. So, shall we move on? Council reports have been. This is mayor comments, IDA appointments. That's the Industrial Development Authority. I have been in contact with the chairperson of the IDA, Richlands IDA, and that is Barry Allen, and they are missing members, and they too have had problems, as many commissions do and groups, people who can't attend, or people who quit, or various reasons. So they're missing members. I don't know how many. I talked to Barry this weekend, so I'd like to be able to work with the existing membership and see if they may have to combine. With that being said, these are council appointments, and these are interested citizens who can serve. For the Richlands IDA, you have to live as part of the bylaws within the term of 50 years citizen. So I have no suggestions for tonight. I made some suggestions to Barry, but those people are unable to serve, which I appreciate their honesty, saying I can't do it. And like you talked about that, even if you get the time. And so that being said, I don't know that it's absolutely urgent, but I would ask that, unless someone has someone they want to put in a motion for right now, you think about it and think about who might be willing to serve on the IDA, the Richlands IDA. So unless someone has a suggestion at this moment, which could be a taking motion, I would suggest that you could ask someone and make sure they can serve and work from there. Maybe someone from the audience has someone they would like to suggest to the council, they can do that, and that could be a way to engage the citizens.
I would like to ask Ms. Mallow, because you are very active and intelligent and do a lot of research. Would you consider serving on the IDA?
I appreciate that. I think they meet pretty early in the morning and I would be able to do that. Like, my husband's work schedule, but since I'm able to speak for him, and if you guys wanted to advertise that on Facebook, I think, even to say, we've got 5 days to take names, I think that would be a very helpful approach to help to get it out and let citizens know.
I appreciate the suggestion, and that's why I threw it out. I'm trying to listen to everybody, we all are, I'm sure everyone here. And, I personally see nothing wrong with it. Sometimes what I think is so simple turns out to be very complicated, and I get really trapped, and not that you're doing that or anyone else. But I would ask for counsel from the attorney and from the manager, who has advertising for these positions, which, are called political appointments. Now, that has a bad ring to it. It doesn't matter whether you R in front of your name or a D. It's political because this is a political organization. It has nothing to do with your politics. So we make that really clear to everyone here. Whether you're a socialist, it doesn't matter. You can serve on the IDA. I want to make that really clear. No backing down. No. So, Wayne, can we advertise that?
Certainly.
John? All right, I suggest, before I just say something declaratory, that I allow the manager and the attorney to frame the questions or the advertising, whatever way they think is best, for me to make a snap decision would be a wrong thing. But I would also ask for a motion of council. It's not mine to do.
We're gonna have the same, guidelines for the planning commission appointments, or do you have?
I had a suggestion in mind that I'll bring forward.
I'll make that motion.
You can be mind to clarify what you just.
To have Mr. Daniel and Mr. Cunningham form the wording to, ask for appointments and committee or for that.
We call it stipulations. Thank you.
And ultimately, they have to consider about this.
I was going to say, yeah, absolutely. Because even council want to add this very carefully, political appointments, to understand the rules.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to advertise to the citizens at large, to see if they want to be a participant. I don't exactly how to say it, but someone afraid that too tight. We need to lose motion. I think that's where we are. On the floor, is there any discussion? Roland? Mike?
I have a question. It's just that I don't have the charter for y'all verbatim. When, the guidelines for IDA, as far as restrictions for residents, those are in the charter, right?
I'm not 100% certain. I assume that there are bylaws or some government.
I can go. That is one block on council. I don't know exactly. But I'll give you, it's not in the chart. It's within the power charter for the council. One, the IDA. The IDA has its own bylaws, not regulated within the council. In certain instances, we could actually fund them, which we do not do. But their job is a little different in council. They're an arm of council, they're an independent of council. It's a hard thing to explain. Elizabeth Meeks was the attorney when this happened. So it's been a while, but it's an independent group. And they are pretty the things that we actually are. And that's what we have them. They're an arm way business here. That is what the real issue is, industrial. Now, that's a broad explanation from Rod Curry, and I would absolutely refer to Wayne Cunningham for clarification. But I gave you the benefit of what little I know.
But their bylaws state that they have to be arrested. Right?
It has to be, it's the rich certain IDA as opposed to the council. I think that's.
Yeah, I just, I didn't know if it could be more broad to potential Richlands, business owners, things of that.
It is specific, and that would require what you talked to me about, the economic development, that's an entirely different thing. than the guidance. Okay, Doug, any thoughts? Marion, any thoughts you would have? Bridget? Jeff? Sure. Okay. Is there any discussion? That's fine. Okay, the motion is on the floor to advertise for members of the IDA made by Richard and seconded by Mary Ann. Am I correct? Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Logan.
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Doug.
Yes.
Mary Ann.
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone, for your appreciate it. All right. So, that covers that part of my comments. Planning Commission appointments. I sat in that seat, so it was natural for me to contact Jeff Hurst and ask him if he would like to serve in the Planning Commission. I really don't want to give it up, but they tell me the bylaws will not allow me. I can attend, but I can't vote. So that's just the way it goes. I'll be honest with everyone here, I want my cake and eat it too, but you can't have it that way. So, to that end, I just naturally gravitated to Jeff. Jeff, what is your thought?
You sit in this chair and become more working with me, so, my initial reaction was to say
I'm
yes.
so sorry. But you were like me. You would agree to serve, and the planning commission meets regularly at 7:30 on the second.
If I could get some, if I'd be privy to some tutelage from my predecessor.
Absolutely. What I know, I'll share with you, and I will tell you what I learned by attending, I learned by practice, trial and error, and those mistakes. I want to give credit to Jim Taylor, and I also want to give tremendous credit to the other two things, who eliminated me so much in what time I served. And so, that's my suggestion. I cannot make a motion. It has to be a motion, a second. For Jeff to serve in that. As council's representative in the planning commission. That's all.
I'll make the motion to appoint Jeff First as the council representative to the planning commission.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. Mary Ann made the motion, Mike seconded it. Is there any discussion? No. Mike?
Nope.
Mary Ann? Yes. Richard? No. Any last comments before we announce we take you to Hurst Scott? Just a bad joke, Mr. Hurst. All right. Motion's on the floor, and so I'll have a roll call vote. Thank you.
Logan.
Yes.
Mark.
Yes.
Doug.
Yes.
Mary Ann.
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
Abstain.
You would have to- We
Yes.
learned, but yes. Okay, in this instance, it would not.
Can he, we said the same thing, so yes.
There you go.
Okay, that's all I know. Thank you.
Okay, the motion carries. So, the good thing is, tonight we have filled a vacancy on the planning commission. We need a representative from council to the commission. We need a full house, it sounds like a deck of cards, for the rep commission. And now we're looking for members to the IDA.
Are you looking at me?
I mean, I'm just staring at you. All right, thank you. And they'll be back. Thank you. All right, I see. Yeah, another citizen. All right, thank you very much. Moving on. I have a lot I want to say, and then at the presentation today. First, I want to welcome Jeff Hurst as a member of our council. He's serving for it. He's going to serve now. And I'm really grateful. He will bring, his experience, and expertise, which is not any little matter for anyone. And many people have it. We can't all serve, but he's willing to do it, and I'm appreciative. With that, I don't want to sing his praises too much, but he brings a lot. He has a family, he has children, he has a wife, he has a job. It's a hard job, hours ungodly, and he's willing to spend time with the town, for the town, to learn something. And I'm grateful for that. Thank you, Jeff. And I know he's active in the church. I'm not, but he is. And through that, you learn a lot about people and how to manage people and how to do the right thing. Which brings me to this. This looks like a church fan. I really didn't bring it because I'm getting that hot. I collect all kinds of things, and this is Harriet Beecher Stowe, and I collect tons of these things, and I love it. Harriet Beecher Stowe, you know, so famous for writing about Tom's Cabin. Not only she was an abolitionist, she was a suffragette early, voting for the rights of women to stand up and say what they think in a meeting, ladies, which you did not have, and the right to vote, which you did not have until 101 years ago. Thank you. An early suffragette. Common sense is seeing things as they are and doing things as they ought to be. You got to close it. Next, I want to thank John again for coming to Richlands and staking on his fortunes here. He has his own charm, no doubt, and he has his own way of thinking. I've met with him a couple of times briefly. I've asked Mr. O'Daniel to make his own stand on this council. Jim Taylor was with us for so long and did a super job. Anyone who works for you, for us, for so long has got to do some good. And I hope you can always remember that, but everyone in this room, everyone. And I want to say to Mr. O'Daniel, this is your opportunity to make an impact here for us and in your life. I hope you stay for a long time. You might not, but as you do, because you will always be with us and we'll always be with you. Don, it's called the art of life. Your art is forever if you find with ours. It will not go away. Thank you so much for joining us, John. You're welcome. I have a ton of other things to say, but I will reserve those for a different time. At this point, I'd like Logan Plaster to come forward and stand right here. And I'll put my mask on. I've been vaccinated, Logan, but I know that your grandmother is very sick, so I'm trying to be observant and courteous. I'm going to come right over here, Logan, so you just have to excuse me. I can't walk with a mask on. I can't walk going here. But I'm sorry. Mr. Plaster, at the January meeting of Richlands Town Council, about a motion of 5 or more abstentions, you abstained on vote. You didn't have to do that. We honored you with the motion to recognize you as the youngest member of the elected. That's how the motion is. So, here, my friend. This is for you, and I'll show it to you. And I tried to do a nice job. And you did have a friend who did it. I can't lie, because God knows. All right, always. And I'll read it to you. Now, I can turn this way. Certificate of recognition. By approval of Richlands Town Council on January the 12th, 2021, it is hereby acknowledged that C. Logan Plaster is the youngest person elected to serve as a member of the Richlands Town Council. Dated the 13th day of April 2021, Rodney D. Curry is my official signature. Mayor, I will sign that in just a moment, but I thought you could hold that up. And congratulations to you. Thank you, Madam Chair. You're welcome. Anybody else want to get a photo up? Can you take, it's one thing. Jack, can you take one for us? Do you want the paper?
I do want to pay her. It was nice on a nice Friday.
Thank you, Wilbur. Here, you get the dog hair out.
And she's needed on that.
Thank you. God gave him that human and grateful for it.
Can I have, well, I'll let you sign it and then,
I will sign it.
and then I'll.
I'll get it right. Thank you, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's resume our business. Okay. My last comment is about the minutes. Connie, thank you. There was 57 pages of minutes. They're not minutes, it's a transcription. It is a daunting task. I do not know how you do it. To that end, I compliment you. I thank you. I personally thought of this a lot. Oh, I saw mistakes. I corrected the ones that were really important. If I wrote that, I'd have problems. Let me suggest something, and I cannot do this. I suggest that we had this former clerks, Kelly Goodman, Chris Brown, and now Rod Curry is finally getting out rid off the big. We need either a transcription machine, we're going to ask for these kind of minutes, or, which is pretty expensive, $300, or we need an app, a speech-to-text app that can do a decent job, not perfect, of getting the minutes down accurately. And what you did is super. They're not inaccurate, but it's very difficult. And you have told me that. Am I correct, Connie? So I would propose to the council, and I spoke to a few technology people. Mike, you're a tech guy. And I would suggest that we invest in some way. Maybe it's a free app, but sometimes free apps aren't the best. We need something to help the clerk. If we want these kinds of minutes, word for word, we need something to help. I would be remiss to say I can sit down and type 57 pages and be a happy candidate. I've said my piece. Anybody have a thought? I'm opening it to council.
I do. I know that Connie, she has told me herself, she actually has to take that home and do it. Our minutes. That is how dedicated she is. So, she actually takes these minutes home from this job to do these minutes for us. And on top of everything else that she does for the town. So I totally agree. We need to make it as easy as possible.
Well, dear, I haven't looked into it thoroughly enough, so I cannot make a suggestion. But I have a thought I can put out that I can't do any more than just suggest. Logan, Mike, you're for it. Mike, you're a cat guy. You might want to work with Logan, and the two of you could work on something to suggest to council at the next meeting to help Connie or any clerk to take minutes to make it a little easier to have really absolutely accurate minutes.
Connie, have you looked into it at all? Or different apps, things like that? You know, how other towns do it?
I haven't talked to Connie about it. She doesn't know what I was supposed to say. Would you consider,
Yeah, we'll
two of you consider working together?
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Because he's for it, and you know a lot about tech. This young man, pardon me, young man is no slouch to technology. I can tell by what's posted on Facebook with all the videos that we're using for the events. I will ask them to do it. I can't charge them to do it.
Well, I think it is definitely needed because she is way dedicated to her job.
And I want to add, it isn't just for Connie. It is for you. It's for us.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we used to have what I call council actions. Beverly Van Dyke was the clerk. It was a summary of council actions. This is word for word, and it's much more difficult.
We'll figure it out.
Okay, so can you bring something up at the next?
Yeah.
council?
Yeah, well, now,
You can have a contact for him.
Yes.
so we'll,
That's perfect. Thoughts, Steph?
I'm getting all kinds of messages. We haven't seen it all.
I hear my phone ringing over here, and I expect that I'm getting it too. I know we need to improve that too, because I have people who tell me, Miss Caller has told me she can't hear. And I'm sure if I pick up my phone, it would not want to, it would be the same thing.
What do we need? Someone said we need a piece of, equipment, to get it back on the channel. Is that correct?
Yeah.
yes,
What piece do we need?
We were gonna discuss that later in my report, but
Oh, okay, you want to wait,
it's up to you.
you want to wait till it's covered?
What would you?
It doesn't matter to me. I have a handout, so it's really,
I think this is my suggestion, but thank you, and thank you, and thank you. Okay, so, that concludes my remarks, as the mayor. So, we're on to attorney comments, number 12. Moving right along, we're doing very well, thank you. Mr. Wayne, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't realize you were going to, present Logan with that, certificate since the, cat's out of the bag, pun intended for our feline advocates tonight. Connie and I have hastily made some preparations for, applying to, so you get
I
to.
didn't know you'd done it, I emailed it and I heard news, I just took it upon myself.
So just now you get.
To make it real clear, sir.
Now you get, recognized.
Okay, thank you, you get the double dip.
We only do together at one time. Okay, so, first thing on my comments is a consideration of the first reading of ordinance 2021-0501 nuisances. Typo, noted, Councilman Brown, thank you. We do not have to read this twice nor go through the process that I'm going to recommend. I think given what we are proposing to do here in rescinding an entire chapter of the code and completely revamping that, I think it only, I think it's best practice, a belt and suspenders approach, if you will. So I will read this ordinance for its first reading, and then I'll elaborate a little bit further with some thoughts on that. Whereas the town of Richlands has currently adopted in the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 92 nuisances, whereas the Richlands County Council now desires to revoke and rescind Chapter 92 nuisances in its entirety, whereas the Richlands County Council, as pursuant to County Code 15.2, 900, 901, 904, 906, 907, and the Richlands County Charter, Section 2.4, now desires to enact the impact exhibit A to become a part of the Richlands Code of Ordinance and to be codified as Chapter 92 nuisances. Whereas this ordinance was read at two regularly scheduled town council meetings on April 13th, 2021 and May 11th, 2021. Whereas they duly scheduled an advertised public hearing was held on May 11th, 2021. Solicited regarding the adoption of Chapter 92 nuisances. Whereas a copy of the proposed Chapter 92 nuisances was published to the county website in its entirety the week of April 12th, 2021, and remain continuously until its passage. Now, therefore, be it ordained by the Richlands County Council the following: current Chapter 92 of the Richlands Code of Ordinances is hereby revoked and rescinded in its entirety. Item 2, it is hereby replaced in its entirety with Exhibit A as set forth in Annex 2. Such shall be codified in the Richlands Code of Ordinances as Chapter 92 nuisances. I have attached to that ordinance, and that we will promptly get over to the website if anybody copy of tonight that would like it a complete revamping, if you will, of the town code, in regard to the power of listing of various different behaviors that we can classify as a nuisance. All of that language reflects the most recent and up-to-date Virginia State Code regarding our maximum amount of authority in policing various sorts of problems, from grass to trash, different structures that we deem to be a public nuisance, inoperable vehicles, so on and so forth. All of these things have been issues that have crept up from time to time. Just in my tenure here, Captain Gilbert has mentioned it to me personally, and I think the rest council. about the desire to have some code with some more teeth in it to be able to provide his officers with the ability to lawfully take care of some of this stuff. So feel free, at any point in time in the next month to, reach out to me if there's anything specifically to y'all need any explanation on. But I do think, although again, it is within councils, if they really wanted to go forward and enact this, but what I would suggest is we get this published on the website, we get it out to the community. We're already going to be back on that date anyway, that we schedule a public hearing on this just to get the community's input on this and then put this on the agenda, I won't say that, the agenda for consideration at the May meeting to become effective June 1. If anybody had a chance to look over this, has any questions, I think it will address a lot of different problems that we have had, and that segues into item 2 on the list and some other general thoughts that I have.
Was running bamboo specified?
Just, you never know. It is a part of that code section, and
Well, that country's problem.
it's just a part of the. I verbatim took the most recent code sections regarding all those that I cited there, 901, 4, 6, and 7, and things that just happen to be part of it that are kind of addressed and not.
Which code is that? 9 what?
Code sections, 15.2, 901, 904, 906, and 907, those are the statutory authority that gives us.
Here.
Yeah, right.
Where are they? Page 1 of 8 is called.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't specifically include this.
Yeah, not the Virginia code here.
Yeah, they're all contained in.
Okay.
They're either,
I got
then
it.
there's a proposed chapter 92.
I appreciate that. I need clarification.
So, I guess the question I have is, it's not been that long since we had reclassification of it. So, motor vehicles and, clean up property and all that, those are specifically placed in different areas of the code. Is that removing all of those separate codes and combining them into this one?
That's all back in chapter 92 here.
I have one chapter across the code together with all.
Yeah, all of the different, authorities we have to address these types of things. They're all addressed under that 15.2, there's a specific code section regarding the town's authority by ordinance to address these types of things. And rather than go back to the old code and try to amend it and piecemeal.
That's what I want, because you have,
Sure. Yeah.
abandoned vehicle here and then.
Sure.
Sure.
It just seemed more straightforward to cut that out and start it. But it's been an issue that's been going on, we talked about, and I think this will get us in good shape.
So Wayne, just to be clear, so I only got this today because I was going to do the wrong address, not your fault. So I printed off it today, and I haven't really read it, so please pardon me. So these, like section 92.01, 9202, etc., statutory reference, these are the reference codes, and we clarified them on the left-hand column, and down here we have the code numbers. And these are the code agenda.
Right.
So all this wording is the reference to the code agenda.
Yes, overwhelming majority.
Any altered or
Nothing substantial, really, just to, adapt things just to make sense to
once altered. Did you read anything, tell me that you think is more? I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, this is pretty well the maximum authority as I see it from those side statutory references to give us all the teeth that we can get.
I appreciate that. Thank you for the explanation.
If council is on board with that, I can get Brian, we can get that public hearing scheduled. I can also get her and get this published on the website, and then we can be ready to have a second reading of this and put it up for council consideration. Maybe.
Well, I'm reading here, this, on one, this is for to take effect on June 1st.
Just seems like a good time to do it first of the month on.
And I agree with that. People are going to be first and the last, but I'm going to read the last. I don't know. So that being said, this is for the adoption of the ordinance.
Correct, and the ordinance specifies that the attachment will replace that.
do we need a first reading to, where is the first reading in here? Do we actually vote on the first reading? Do we vote on that first reading?
Well, just by default, under the charter, ordinances and resolutions need to be read at two regularly scheduled meetings unless there's a motion.
So no
made.
dispensing with the first reading.
And
I'm
although
not
it's
following.
permissible, I just think given what we're doing, I think it's just best practice.
Well, I totally understand that, and I think, probably I wasn't reading the question very well, but you get it, so that we're reading this, we don't have to dispense with the first reading. Everything. Thank you, I need to clarify.
Is there an enhanced plan for you?
There is, yeah. This reflects the maximum civil penalty that the state code allows for us to adopt. And it gives us the flexibility to designate an official for this, so Daniel or his designee, to be kind of the point person on that, to provide a reasonable notice to the citizen, you know, if it's grass or trash or what have you. And then we have flexibility in this to just on a case-by-case basis as our financial situation dictates or the severity of the complaint or conduct, whether we just want to, you know, institute the civil penalties, whether we want to after notice that is of a nuisance that is not abated, whether we want to avail ourselves of self-help. And all of these, the different individualized sections have reference that we're not limited to the power that we have under 15.2900 to institute the actual circuit court proceeding, which, you know, we would just have to address on a case-by-case basis when we have a more significant instance that we would.
And the reason that is the majority of them is in the.
Yeah. Yeah, all of the permissible civil penalty enhancements.
Thank you.
Yep. So, we will get that, all wrong. So as that leads into, various buildings, Council Street mentioned this a little bit, and I've been in communication with him. He had forwarded me some, sample ordinances, that Lebanon had adopted. And I really think we need to, I have provided, I plan on reading it, but there is, I should have another handout with, just a proposed ordinance, and that included an additional, addition to the new chapter 92 of nuisances to deal with these derelict structures, blight abatement, and tax abatement. The reason why the tax abatement is pertinent to this conversation, my reading of that code says that our authority pursuant to 907.1 is referenced on that Exhibit A. In order for us to adopt this derelict structure procedure, we have to have what a tax abatement program. And the specifics of that, we've got a little bit of flexibility in what we can do with that, but effectively, you can have a derelict structure, more than likely there is a real estate tax delinquency with that. So as the code lays out, it effectively incentivizes the cleaning up of these derelict structures to receive tax credits or tax abatement credits. The best way to go. Or in exchange of your willingness to submit a plan to us pertaining to the demolition or the renovation of a derelict structure. And the reason why I think I would request council to give some direction to Mr. Daniel and I is I really think we need to maybe reach out to the county to try to get in conjunction with them, because if there are delinquent taxes on this, more likely it's going to be county taxes as well. So we're limited in our efficiency in this without getting the county involved. I also thinking to piggyback on some of the things that Councilman Street said, I have been working with him quite a lot here recently in trying to identify some opportunities for some industrial development, economic development. I just happened to, in the last few days, to run across a Virginia code section that allows us to create a economic revitalization zone. And that gives us some specific statutory authority to implement some of these business incentives that we've been throwing around for not only, you know, new prospective businesses, but existing businesses as well. So I think we really do need to try to take a collaborative approach, not only with the county, but I have some persons going to be on the planning commission. I think the planning commission and zoning need to be together in this so we can move into this downtown revitalization that Connie's working on.
Planning and zoning together.
I think everybody needs some input on this to make sure that everybody's working, you know, congruently with all this.
Zoning is a part,
Oh, okay, all right.
just to clarify.
Yeah. But,
Thank you. I just want to make sure that the documents understood. We frequently have called it the zoning committee. It is not.
the zoning
A function of the planning commission is zoning.
no,
You're excused.
Effectively though, notwithstanding all those hurdles, what this code section allows us the ability to do is to potentially adopt an ordinance that upon a determination that a building is considered in this derelict state, we can offer this tax abatement program. We can require them to submit a plan to us that is approved, and that plan will either call for some level of demolition and or revitalization of that property, which we hopefully can work with Connie, assuming everything goes through with this single-family revitalization to help that work collectively. Yeah, so, I guess I would just ask council for just to direct John and I to, reach out to the appropriate county officials on this and try to have something a little bit more concrete and cohesive for us to start looking at. It is pretty urgent that we do this from just my talks with Connie, about the timeline with this downtown revitalization. I'd like to have that in place by then, so.
Is that DHCD?
Yes. So, with y'all's direction, we will, get work.
You need a motion or is
I know, I think if anybody's got any, you know, objection to that, I've already spoken with John and with Connie and Mike on that. We can get moving in the right direction on that. There's just a ton of moving parts, with that. And I think it's a bit premature to go ahead and look at the adoption.
I understand, I agree. But that's, I'm fine, let's go over.
Sure, yeah. So, we'll take care of that. Lastly, the consideration of the ordinance to sell property tax map number ID 105-85-10001-002. We read this ordinance at the last meeting for the first time, and, y'all directed us to solicit bids through advertisement for that property ordinance. Apparently we received one singular bid for that I am opening right now. The drum roll. So I'll read this. It says, Ronnie D. Portal, reading the second, and submitting an official offer in the amount of $15,000 to purchase the following properties advertised by the Richlands, certain parcels, name and tax map number 105-8510-001-002 and 003. This property being acquired by the town of Richlands by the director in the office of clerk and circuit court of Tazewell County, in book 808, page 498. So,
What section is that? Is it D?
page 808, 498.
Section, what is it?
I'm not sure. You know what section or what word? I've been.
I'm just curious. Probably a section 80 something, you know, 80. I just curious. Most of those are up section, like, it's gonna be a plan area. I was just curious. There's a section that it's good to have that. Thank you.
Sure. So if there's no, you know, again, to reiterate from previous council meetings, council has a lot of discretion. We really went above and beyond to solicit bids and advertising for this. Council's got discretion kind of to do with excess property what they want to. So, I can go ahead and read this ordinance for the second time and consider, sell a certain property acquired by deed book page 808, page 498, whereas the town of Richlands currently owns a parcel of land acquired by deed of record in the office of the clerk of the Tazewell Circuit Court in deed book 808, page 498. Whereas the property is more specifically identified as tax map number 105-85 in 001, 002, and 003, whereas the town now desires to sell that property, whereas two public hearings were held regarding the solicitation of public comment regarding the sale of certain parcels of land on February 9, 2021 and March 9, 2021, after both first being duly advertised in the newspaper general circulation in the local area. Whereas the ordinance was read at two regularly scheduled monthly meetings on March 9, 2021 and April 13, 2021. Whereas the town solicited offers for purchase of certain parcels land and has accepted the highest of such. Now therefore be it ordained that the town now desires to sell all its right, title, and interest in and to the above style certain parts of land to the highest offeree, and hereby directs the town attorney to prepare a quick claim deed to such effect and for execution by the appropriate town agent. Motion to adopt that.
Okay, Wayne has read, the description of property sold. We have a potential buyer at this court, and, so is there a motion for council to proceed with this sale?
I'll make that motion.
Mike makes the motion.
I second the motion.
Mary Ann seconds the motion. Is there any discussion?
Nope.
Mary Ann? Richard? No. Being no discussion. Call for a roll call vote.
Marvin?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Mary Ann?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries. Good of you, hopefully it will go beautiful. I wanted to.
Mr. Mayor, if you could entertain an additional motion if council so desires to enact this ordinance as an emergency to become effective upon such.
Okay. If council so desires to, enable this motion or this act be an emergency measure so that we can facilitate the transfer of the land by a quick claim deed prepared by you in this court, I will entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion as well.
Mr. Street makes the motion.
I second the motion.
Mary Ann seconds the motion. Other discussion? No. All right.
Nope.
Doug? Mary Ann? Richard? No. Jeff? No. Being no discussion, roll call vote.
Logan?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Mary Ann?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Go ahead. I have one question for the campaign.
We'll take that as your turn.
We also.
Okay. Go ahead.
I have one question, David. Mr. Hamilton. We have a business, the reason I'm addressing it now, we'll probably have to go into closed session, so I want you to have the correct numbers. We have a business that we talked about 2 or 3 months ago that's not living up to its proposed purpose. And, I think Mr. Brown might enlighten us with an update, possibly.
I think we already usually have an executive session title on that as well.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Who's first?
It's joint.
Joint inquiry.
Yes, the Fairfax Avenue, with the road tax there.
Yeah. I had that list and talked about it. Tax sale against that. Yeah, we started the process to initiate that tax sale on the Fairfax Avenue property, and then from individually polling everybody, and everybody was in unanimous consent to initiate, a tax sale on that government property as well for, the taxes. I can go ahead and speak to it now. There's nothing wrong with us, we kind of isolated these two properties to initiate these proceedings on, but I do think we need some level of uniformity in addressing this, so I would want to request that the council give John and I a little bit of direction in terms of just some criteria to start looking at these back taxes. I've got a list of delinquent taxes that I can forward to everybody. It's not completely up to date, but it's up to council. We can start looking at those by date of delinquency. We can try to look at stuff that might also pose a nuisance, whatever criteria.
For me, I think it would be, you want to incorporate your that's the list of their property, because that's, you have a nice house, but that's not, the public knows that the plan is supposed to be around, and they have to go out the property, we want to.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Fairfax Avenue stuff is already rolling, the notices have been sent, so as soon as the notice period runs out, we've already got the petition ready to be filed, which will ask the court to, direct us to enact tax sale. And then we'll schedule, that tax sale, we'll auction off the courthouse sales for the amount of the delinquent taxes owed up.
That means for the contrary,
Yeah, so it's a 30-day notice, is my understanding. I have to see on the exact, and it's been sometime here recently, so I would imagine by the time we get back to council, we've got something filed and we've got a proposed, date. Yeah, I was gonna see if, I know you had some communication with them, you know, if I could get up with all of those payers, you know, and they can waive that, you know, we can prepare an answer for them if they're voluntarily willing to sign it, that expedites that process, and I'm hopeful to do the same thing with the Gomez property, but my understanding, I think the property owner is not residing in the United States, so that might pose some additional procedural hurdles that we've got to jump over, but there's plenty of provisions in the code to have jurisdiction over that property without personal service over you. So, I'll see if, you know, maybe I can something in the Philippines and get him to execute, to try to expedite that as much as possible.
Is there any way that we can require on the tax sale itself that the product, either property?
No, is the answer to that. We can't put any sort of stipulation on that. However, with the nuisance code that we are adopting, we're going to be fully prepared once we get those passed to, if this new property owner does not do something with that we have some teeth with that. And to further elaborate on that, I've reached out to the county building inspector to see if there is anything we can do, just from, I spoke with I spoke with her again, today. She had called the office, just wanting to know, you know, something on that, and after kind of getting everybody's okay to speak with her on that. I think, you know, the current condition of that property might pose a pretty significant current danger, so,
Before we cut that one.
the gunman, it's on.
Lemon, two of that, right?
Yeah.
Good.
So, I'm hopeful to be able to collaboratively work with Mr. Jackson, be able to identify some state building code that might give us the ability to, you know, get the certificate of occupancy potentially revoked, or, you know, just kind of explore the options if it in fact is currently constituting a dangerous situation.
Richard, what was your question? I didn't quite hear it.
Is there any deed restriction that we could, I'm assuming that once we do the tax sale, it'll be prior to some point deed to the home, to the house.
No, this would be set for auction with a price to encourage the buyer.
The steps of the courthouse and castle, that you said. I was trying to
And that
hear
notice
your
will
question again.
My question was, I don't want someone to purchase the property and then we're gonna have a 2-year quiet period.
Right.
So is there anything that we can do?
There is.
The way it's sold, the conditions of sale.
So, no, to your question, we can't put these sort of stipulations and things on the actual sale. Now, the way that we potentially avoid that, there is an alternative path that we can go down that best title to this property in the town. You know, that's gonna take a financial commitment from everybody in terms of purchasing property, and then it's gonna be our responsibility to do whatever it is we want to with it. I certainly do that. It's, you know, it's whatever council deems most appropriate.
So, for example, let's take the Fairfax Avenue property. You're saying if the town wanted to
So we can, under the.
get it,
Yeah,
that's the word I use.
under the Virginia code, we can, when you've got taxes that are delinquent for more than 2 years, we can initiate a proceeding to get a judicially authorized tax sale to publicly,
To authorize it.
publicly auction this to someone, and, you know, we have freedom, I guess, to say whatever minimum we like. I work with John to try to get, you know, a number that satisfies our back taxes and expenses in that, certainly, any other tax that will hit that. There is an alternate path that we can go through.
That's one path.
Yeah, that's one path.
There is
path
I have to have
two.
it laid out for me.
Yeah, there's
Even though
path,
we've done it before, I need to think through stuff. Thank you.
sure. There is path two that, if the back taxes or any other costs and fines that we have pursuant to any, nuisance litigation or whatever else, if that value or the amount of tax taxes and fines and everything, if that exceeds 50% of the assessed value of the property, which is Fairfax Avenue property is not an issue because it's already been reassessed post the damage that happened. We can ask the court to appoint a special commissioner to convey that to us directly.
Do we have that assessment? Does the county have that assessment?
It's currently assessed for like $9,000 off the top of my head.
The whole property?
Yeah, for the land, and then I think some nominal amount for the improvement. It's the real estate term for, structures.
What's left? Okay, $9,000. How many lots is that?
I have to check. Yeah, 3 lots, yeah.
I was just curious how these things are going and where they're going. I have no interest in, we have conflict of interest. Yeah. And but I'm just curious how this all works.
Well, again, within the discretion of council, how they want to go about this and the varying levels of financial commitment that are involved. Certainly, I guess the cost efficient way or the least cost prohibitive way is to just auction it. And then we can hope that if somebody's willing to spend money to invest, to purchase this, they're not just buying property, they're not just trying to buy hay. We can hope, there's kind of a plan in this, and we're doing everything we can to, avail ourselves of all the options we have to force them to in the event that they don't.
I think the Fairfax Avenue property is not going to be the issue. I think the cost on building that property is going to be.
Sure. Yeah, and, it may be.
Cost to fix it up or demolish the house.
Yes,
I'm following that. I have to get all the details in my brain. I don't want to understand. Thank you for it.
And, hopefully I'll have some more clarity after I can have a conversation with, Mr. Jackson, I believe it was. With him, and Mr. Collins to just make sure we're not, from the county's perspective, there is somewhat of a jurisdictional question about enforcing those building codes in the town that I'm on confident with that. But we may potentially be able to get some relief on that sort of after the fact with this, derelict structure ordinance that we're looking at, to be able to incentivize somebody to clean this up with respect to tax abatement.
But what we're going to be talking in that discussion, which would have been 2021 evaluation, which will help a potential buyer to have money to fix it up. Is that a simple way in the form of a tax abatement? Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
I just know that.
Well, I really appreciate it too, because it really hasn't been clear to me. I know where these properties are, I know where the Fairfax Avenue property is, I know where the Fairfax property is, but we've explained it better to us so that I can understand it. And because I have lots, people ask me about these properties, and I don't really know what to tell them. But I can tell them that it's assessed for like the Fairfax Avenue property, $9,000, 3 lots. And what is the tax, what is the tax bill from County not be, when you get your taxes, what does it say the value is? When they're going to tax it normally.
That is the assessed.
From Haskell County?
From the commissioner.
The abatement is really good. It's kind of.
I know, the assessment bothers me, but when the house was in, I don't know when this is important to me to understand. When the house was there and not burned, and before it had back taxes on it, let's find it was what got the bill. What does it say on the value going on that tax bill?
The land is the same at $9,000.
House.
I'm not certain what the historical assessment was.
Okay.
I'm not
just
sure.
curious to know. Because somebody will cost me money to tear it down, I get that, I can't build this down. Well, okay, thank you. I'm good, I appreciate it.
I'm just thankful, thank you for the progress.
Yeah, are we still, I guess, moving for public option on both?
On the courthouse steps.
We need a motion and we have called over that and
Thank you, Wayne.
Absolutely.
Okay, anything else? Okay, item 13, the manager's report, and that is John.
First item, A, to offer list of paid bills You all should have a list of checks out. So the one here, we didn't do this last time I worked for, so if any questions, I can put this on.
I'll go ahead and check with it. Thank you. So as you glance through the check register, and there are two, I believe, is that right? Two registers. Does anyone have questions for John on the check register that starts with check 9814? Take that one first. It begins with check register 9814. At the top of the date is 413.
I have already looked over the money.
Mike, any questions?
No, no questions.
Doug? Yeah. Richard, no comments? Yeah. Well, we'll put that one to one side, and maybe we can pass these at one time. The second check register begins with check number 9733, and this is paycheck reports 31021 to 4921. So if we look through those and have any questions.
I'll make a motion that we allow the town manager to pay the bills as presented.
There's a motion on the floor, take both sets of check registers. Is there a second? Richard seconds. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Mary Ann,
Yes.
Richard,
You.
Terry.
Yes.
Thank you, motion carried.
The second item is the authorization for the drawdown from National Bank, so that we can make payment on the water treatment plant rehabilitation project. For this month, it totals $99,994.22. So we approve to move forward with that.
Okay, so, John has explained here, an authorization to authorize a line of credit drawdown number 09 from the National Bank for the wastewater treatment plant rehabilitation project for $78,089.80, and water treatment plant upgrades and improvements, $21,904.42, cost of March billing for a total of $99,994.22. Do I hear a motion to authorize the town manager to, take care of this line of credit? Withdraw.
I'll make that motion.
Jeff makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Mike seconds. Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Mary Ann,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay.
The second item is a continuation of a discussion from the last board meeting. We have already taken care of the health insurance for our employees for the next year. The remaining question is, do we extend that to our elected officials? Some of you saw in the budget information that we sent out, it was the week before last, that depending on how many elected officials participate, the cost to the town would reflect that. Anywhere from about $7,000 for a single individual up to about $19,000 for somebody with a family plan. So at this point, I'd like to get some direction from the board on how we'd like us to move forward on this, so that we can get this paperwork back to our insurance provider and move forward for next year.
A question, what's the estimated cost total for that?
It would depend on how many people participate. If everybody can also participate at the single, it'd be about $49,000. But then if we have a whole entire board that participates with a family, then cost us about $134,000. But it really just depends on how many people will participate.
First thing that,
Yes, because before we started, Wayne wanted to talk about some issues with this.
Okay.
and the only reason why I was interjecting that is we just need to get this issue taken care of before there's any sort of discussion that goes off of that. So, after we left the, last meeting, I was asked to look into that. This particular issue with the health insurance, on the basis of potential conflict of, interest act implication to this. I apologize, honestly, I should have recognized when it was going on that they pretty clearly, just as per the terms of the Conflict of Interest Act, council consideration of this, all of you pretty inherently have a personal interest in this transaction. I put air quotes around that as a term of art that is explained in the memo that I forwarded to everybody. So, I conferred with the FOIA Ethics Advisory Council on this issue, all the media that I don't want to belabor, the council's time on this, but everything's very thoroughly explained in that memo. I provided a copy of that memo to all of you just for reference. On the last page, there is a page entitled Sample Language. I think the cleanest way to go about this is, Mr. Mayor, if you would, I guess, in a roll call fashion, since everyone, I think implicitly has a conflict of interest, in the consideration of this. If a particular council member wants to abstain from vote based on their conflict of interest, you would just need to satisfy the public declaration requirement of the Conflict of Interest Act by stating the nature of your conflict of interest and that you are abstaining from all discussion and participation in and out of council on this matter. If a council member does not wish to abstain, you will still be required to satisfy that declaration requirement under the Conflict of Interest Act. State on the record that you do have a conflict of interest, and nonetheless feel that you can fairly objectively in public interest consider the passage of this resolution, and that you are availing yourself of the statutory exemptions in specified in code section 2.23113B1. And again, got some sample language for you. Members, any member of council is free to say as much as they would like on the topic. You're not limited to just one of these two options, but either of those two options satisfy the bare minimum statutory requirements to meet the declaration.
Okay, thank you. Question. Were you through that?
Yeah.
Now read these two samples.
Sure.
So everybody is aware of what we're looking at here again. All right, I'll just read it exactly. It says sample language here. Language to be used if the council member wishes to abstain from participation and vote regarding consideration of R 2021-0301. All right. And it says, I feel I will realize a reasonably foreseeable direct or indirect benefit as a result of the adoption of R 2021-0301, which is this resolution right here. So those numbers get confusing to people, so you know what we're looking at. That's this resolution. All right, keep me going. Thank you. I don't want to make a mistake in this, but it's very lively. All right, I feel that I will realize a reasonably foreseeable direct or indirect benefit as a result of the adoption of this resolution by this council. As such, I have a personal interest in this transaction as pursuant to the Virginia State and Local Government Conflict of Interest Act. As a result, I hereby abstain from all participation, discussion, and vote regarding R 2021-0301, which is this. So I'm going to put it in my simple language. Please help me if I get it wrong. What this is saying, it says if you vote, if you're going to abstain from participating, I hereby abstain from all participation, discussion. We can't talk about it in discussion, and vote regarding this resolution because you're saying you have a personal interest in this transaction. Very good. Okay, I just think it's really good to understand this. legalese is, hard sometimes. The next part says, language to be used if the council member wishes to avail themselves of the exemptions contained in Virginia Code, 2.2-3112B1. I think to avail themselves means they're, taking this off of them. Okay, I'm following? I want to be sure I have it right. I'm trying to put it in plain language. Here we go. I and or my immediate family will realize a direct financial benefit as a result of this council's consideration of R 2021-0301. Again, this resolution. As such, I have a personal interest in said transaction as pursuant to the Virginia State and Local Government Conflict of Interest Act, which I think is COIA. It's one of those acronyms. It kind of sidetracks people. And I have asked for acronym definitions many times. So if you don't know it, ask them. We're going to help us. Okay. It's exclusionary. Okay. Now, so, however, I, as a member of the Richlands Town Council, a group of more than 3 persons affected with this transaction, have been advised of the town attorney, that I may choose to avail myself of the exemption contained in Virginia Code 2.2-3113B1, provided that I believe I can participate, discuss, and vote on R 2021-0301, that's this, in a fair and objective manner and in the public interest. I am hereby publicly stating that I do believe I can participate, discuss, and vote on R 2021-0301, this, in a fair and objective, I think it's the objective manner, and in the public interest, in the good public interest, and further state that I am availing myself of the exemption set forth in the Virginia Code 2.2-3112B1. Now, that might seem overkill, but that's the way I have to understand it. And as the person trying to read this thing, I'm trying to do it right.
Do we need to make a declaration before we have an objection?
Yes,
Yes,
you did. That's why I want to read it really carefully.
I think so. I think it's safe to just go ahead and have that declaration out. And then if, and obviously, since it's a resolution, it takes 4 votes to pass, so if more than 2 members abstain, then there's no point in going forward. But in the event that we do have an appropriate amount of people that are eligible to vote for that, then I think procedurally, since this was brought up at the last meeting, if council so desired, someone that did not make that motion last month would need to make a motion to entertain the passage of this resolution and be seconded by a party that did not do so at the last meeting. And then it would be open for discussion based on those that don't.
That would be the personal proclamation of, plus the person that's seconded.
No, those folks can't bring it up. It would need to be different parties.
As far as making it, it's my understanding for a lot.
You recall who that was?
I don't.
I made the motion.
Who seconded?
Mary.
So to be clear, Mary and Mike, you guys cannot be able to make a motion or separate on this guy, so that I get it right, basically. Okay. Okay, so Wayne, I need some guidance to help our council members appropriately address this topic. The first one is you're saying you have a personal interest and you're abstaining. You're not going to vote, you're not going to talk about it, you have no discussion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The second one says, I have an interest, but it's not going to benefit me.
It is going to benefit.
It is going to benefit me, but I'm impartial.
Nonetheless, feel that I can fairly and objectively consider this matter, and I am availing myself of that schedule.
Fairly and objectively dispose of this matter. That's why I call it the disposition of topics. We got a misunderstanding, I guess, in my word. No, you don't. Anyway, it's okay. So here we go. How should we proceed? Shall I ask each of you to make a declaration?
Sure.
I think, for the benefit of the clerk, I'll start with Jeff.
I and or my immediate family will realize the direct financial benefit as a result of this council's consideration of R-2021-03-01. As such, I have a personal interest in said transaction and pursuant to the Virginia State Local Government Conflict of Interest Act. However, I, as a member of the Richlands Town Council, a group of more than 3 persons affected by the transaction, have been advised by the town attorney that I may choose to avail myself of the exemption contained in Virginia Code 2.2-3113B1, provided that I believe I can participate, discuss, and vote on R-2021-0301 in a fair and objective manner and in the public interest. I'm hereby publicly stating that I do believe I can participate, discuss, and vote on R-2021-0301 in a fair and objective manner and in the public interest, and further state that I am availing myself of the exemption set forth in Virginia Code 2.2-3112B1.
Thank you, Jeff. So, the clerk will record that Jeff chose option 2 on the page. Okay. Richard?
I just have a question about one of the words. No, it's not good.
I think that I might say.
No, well, I'm thinking I and or my immediate family may realize direct financial benefit as a result of this council's consideration of R-2021-0301. As such, I have a personal interest in said transaction and pursuant to the Virginia State and Local Government Conflict of Interest Act, which I'm very familiar with. However, I, as a member of the Richlands Town Council, a group of more than 3 people or persons affected by this transaction have been advised by the town attorney that I may choose to avail myself of the exemption contained in Virginia Code 2.2-3113B1, provided that I believe I can participate, discuss, and vote on R-2021-0301 in a fair and objective manner and in the public interest. I hereby publicly stating I do believe I can participate, discuss, and vote on R-2021-0301 in a fair and objective manner and in the public interest, and further state that I am availing myself of the exemption set forth in Virginia Code 2.2-3113B1.
Thank you, Richard. You chose option 2. Oh, Mary Ann?
I and or my immediate family will realize a direct financial benefit as a result of this council's consideration of R-2021-0-01. As such, I have a personal interest in said transaction and pursuant to Virginia State and Local Government Conflict of Interest Act. However, I, as a member of the Richlands Town Council, a group of more than 3 persons affected by the transaction, have been advised by the town attorney that I may choose to avail myself of the exemption contained in Virginia Code 2.2-3113B1, provided that I believe I can participate, discuss, and vote on R-2021-03-01 in a fair and objective manner and in the public interest. I'm hereby publicly stating that I do believe I can participate, discuss, and vote on R-2021-03-01 in a fair and objective manner and in the public interest, and further state that I am availing myself of the exemption set forth in Virginia Code 2.2-3112B1.
Thank you. Your answer is option 2. I think I should be able to.
I and or my immediate family will realize the direct financial benefit as a result of this council's consideration of R-2021-03-01. As such, I have a personal interest in said transaction as pursuant to the Virginia State and Local Government Conflict of Interest Act. However, I, as a member of the Richlands Town Council, a group of more than 3 persons affected by the transaction, have been advised by the town attorney that I may choose to avail myself of the exemption contained in Virginia Code 2.2-3113B1, provided that I believe I participate, discuss, and vote on R-2021-03-01 in a fair and objective manner and in the public interest. I hereby publicly state, and I am hereby publicly stating that I do believe I can participate, discuss, and vote on R dash 2021-03-01 in a fair and objective manner and in the public interest, and further state that I am availing myself of the exemption set forth in Virginia Code 2.2-3112B1.
Thank you. Logan, Mr. Chairman.
I and or my immediate family will realize a direct financial benefit as a result of this council's consideration of R 2021-03-01. Such, I have a personal interest in said transaction as pursuant to the Virginia State and Local Government Conflict of Interest Act. However, I, as a member of Richlands County Council, a group of more than 3 persons affected by this transaction, have been advised by the town attorney that I may choose to avail myself of the exemption contained in Virginia Code 2.2-3113B1, provided that I believe I can participate, discuss, and vote on R 2021-03-01 in a fair and objective manner and in the public interest. I'm hereby publicly stating that I will believe that I can participate, discuss, and vote on R 2021-03-01 in a fair and objective manner and in the public interest, and further state that I am availing myself of the exemption set forth in Virginia Code 2.2-3112B1.
Thank you, Mike. Mike is chosen. Doug?
I or my immediate family will realize a direct financial benefit as a result of this council's consideration of R 2021-03-01. As such, I have a personal interest in said transaction in pursuant to the Virginia State and Local Government Conflict of Interest Act. However, I, as a member of the Richlands County Council, a group of more than 3 persons affected by the transaction, have been advised by the town attorney that I may choose to avail myself of the exemption contained in Virginia Code 2.2-3113B1, provided that I believe I can participate, discuss, and vote on R 2021-03-01 in a fair and objective manner and in the public interest. I am hereby publicly stating that I do believe, excuse me, I can participate, discuss, and vote on R 2021-03-01 in a fair and objective manner and in the public interest, that further state that I am availing myself of the exemption set forth in Virginia Code 2.2-3112B1.
Thank you, Doug. Doug is chosen. Option 2. Okay. I and or my immediate family will realize a direct financial benefit as a result of this council's consideration of R 2021-03-01. As such, I have a personal interest in said transaction as pursuant to the Virginia State and Local Government Conflict of Interest Act. However, I, as a member of the Richlands Town Council, I'm looking, as mayor, a group of more than 3 persons affected by the transaction have been advised of the town attorney that I may choose to avail myself of the exemption contained in Virginia Code 2.2-3113B1, provided that I believe I can participate, discuss, and vote on R 2021-03-01 in a fair and objective manner and in the public interest. I am hereby publicly stating that I do believe I can participate, discuss, and vote on R 2021-03-01 in a fair and objective manner and in the public interest, and further state that I am availing myself of the exemption set forth in Virginia Code 2.2-3112B1. Okay. So I chose option 2. All right, now, I think I need to do this resolution.
I think.
Sorry. Thank you. Here's the resolution to be considered. Resolution R 2021-0301. The Local Choice Health Benefits Program provides health insurance benefits to our employees and their dependents. Be it hereby resolved that this 13th day of April 2021, the town of Richlands does approve that coverage be added for our elected governing body and their dependents to be effective on July 1st, 2021, and continuing in conjunction with our health insurance benefits. It is our desire to cover them as a special class of full-time employees. We recognize that health benefits for this class of employees will be available as long as they remain in their elected position. Retiree coverage for elected officials is not available. So I suppose we're up for discussion.
You do have a motion for,
I have a motion, is there a motion for consideration of resolution R 2021-0301?
I'll make that motion.
Richard makes the motion,
I'll second the motion.
and Jeff seconds the motion. Okay, so I think probably it might behoove us just to have an individual discussion. So if it's acceptable to the council, I'll ask one by one. And each person will have 2 times to discuss this. Okay. So, Jeff, your feelings.
My feelings are, I've talked to a few people today, or a few people in the last few weeks ago. Of course, I own my own business and I pay hospitalization for my employees, so I know the cost associated with it. Cost for family plan, cost for individual plans at the same time. Basically, my feeling is I don't see much of a change that's needed as far as what we were doing, as far as doing this resolution. And if the benefits or the health insurance benefit is there for a particular council member and they wish to take advantage of it, I think they should have that option.
Thank you, Jeff. Richard?
I don't use the insurance. I'm a retired employee. I'm on my wife's medical insurance. My Jeff, I've taken numerous calls. Somehow or another, it's been misconstrued to the public that we're having to raise taxes in order to provide this benefit. That's true. We had the same benefit last year. I didn't even know about it when I got elected. One reason I didn't use it. But for people to put out, especially councilmen, to put out to the public on Facebook or whatever, that we are somehow raising taxes to benefit ourselves is, like I said, it's just beyond belief. We're a governing body that we should be working together, and we don't. We have different factions, we goes here, there, and puts mistruths out to the public that has people from the public coming in here and making statements, calling us bad, calling for it. I fully support this resolution. It will be at no increase in taxes based on having paid for this 40 times. And that's the reason I made the motion.
Thank you, Richard. Mary?
I'll continue by saying, as Richard and Jeff, that I talk to many citizens. More importantly, secondly, I've done a lot of research. And more importantly, most importantly, I've prayed a lot about this decision. And after all those, obviously, I'm supportive of it. And in the research, one thing that we did not know was what the town of Abingdon does, which tends to be brought up a lot in our council meetings about what Abingdon does. They currently do offer health insurance. They also pay their council members $535.56 per month. They pay their mayor Sandy with that, they know this is that, 7/18/75 a month. They are at their future council meeting, just like us, and passed a resolution. I also talked to Tom Lester with the Tassau County Board of Supervisors, and that enlightened me greatly and helped me tremendously with my decision, because the Tassau County Board of Supervisors offers health insurance, just as we have been doing as a full-time employee, and they pay the same premium as a full-time employee. Tom also went on to say that that could potentially attract council members in the future that perhaps are self-employed, don't have the benefit of health insurance. I value his intelligence greatly, and he felt like it was a well-deserved benefit of a council member. I also am extremely disturbed that all this has been on Facebook. I just don't think that's appropriate for council members to share this type of information. It is true, as our town manager mentioned, but it would take all 7 of us to take full family coverage, cost the town of Richlands $135,000. That's ludicrous. I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but it's very much unlikely. I also think it's unfair, for people, about part-time employees. That's not the town's decision, that is the health plan's decision. Part-time employees not eligible for coverage. Again, lots of soul searching, most of all fair, that it's not a decision to support benefits being allowed for office for our town employees.
Thank you, Mary. Logan? Thank you. I obviously have to say that, I think that it's public knowledge. So, if you want to address my Facebook page, I would really appreciate you saying my name. I put it out there for the public knowledge. It is public knowledge. Any citizens can get this information, and I encourage them to get the information. I think that as long, and I understand what you're saying, and last time I stated I abstained, it was an issue evidently. But this time I will vote no, because I do think that as long as we have part-time employees, and I understand what you're saying, but we have part-time employees that do not have health insurance, I do not think being an elected official constitutes us having that benefit. We should not be running for our position for the benefits that this position offers. We should be running to help the citizens of Richlands, and that is why I will vote no on this resolution.
Thank you, Logan. Mike? For me, it's simple. I think it makes this role attractive for different people. I've taken multiple calls about how it may look or anything like that. I've taken calls with, I guess, stuff that's been said as far as, our involvement with the town, and how some folks may think we don't deserve that based on how much we do and how much we attend certain meetings and stuff like that. But for myself, I take great pride in being a council member of Richlands, and till the day that I'm not a council member, I will give 150%, 100%. I expect all the council members to do the same, and that includes lending my hand in every single situation that I possibly can. Currently, this is a second full-time job for me, truthfully. Now, am I complaining? Absolutely not. I absolutely love it. I love being engaged. I love being motivated to do things. But to say that this isn't a position where, it may not deserve it, I'd like for a person to step into my shoes and see what I do behind the scenes, and what the things that I get accomplished, and the things that I'm working on, the things that I'm trying to do for this town. And I don't think this benefit, and we shouldn't even be having this conversation, truthfully, is my opinion. So I will be supportive of this. Personally, I will stand on the record that I don't plan to take this year if it were to pass. For me, it's no secret. I'm a family. I have a family. So So for me personally, I won't be taking the insurance because $19,000 is just too much for me and my heart based on what I want to do. I don't think I've accomplished what I'm setting out to this year. I have goals for myself personally as far as what I want to accomplish for the town. And I'm gonna see those through. And I shall promise you, I will see those through. I'm a new council member, so I want to prove myself worthy of such things. If it's gonna cost that much to the town based on the situation, but I don't think providing this health insurance is a bad thing.
Thank you.
In 2011, we had a reserve of $1,200,000. Since 2011, we have squandered that on spending that we shouldn't have done. And now we have zero reserves. In other words, we spent $1,200,000 and we have zero reserves now. Proposed taxes that Richlands is proposing, let me read you a list of them. Real estate tax collection, meal tax collection, motor vehicle license fee collections raised, mobile home license fees raised, garbage collection fees raised, personal property taxes collections, I don't even think we had that before, I guess we're gonna initiate it, raised, or I didn't know we had it. White goods land fees collections raised, CRAT tax collections raised, park and recreation, well, they stayed the same. Sorry. We're facing water rates increases, sewer rates, and future electric rates increases. If you took all these together, and it's just over $100,000 for council, you're proposing this year over $800,000 worth of new taxes. And I don't think we should be doing this with raising over $800,000 worth of taxes in 1 year. Maybe when the budget, and we cut the budget, maybe in a year or two, council would deserve it. But since 2011, we never cut the budget. It's always raised every year. So I don't think council deserves it if we don't cut that budget and take care of our citizens. So I will vote no.
Thank you, Doug. Derek, I've said the chief remarks is, so I'll go back and see if anyone has anything they want to add. I'm hoping that this will not limit the debate, but have an orderly round of discussion for one last call. I can do it by roll, or I can just ask if you would like to speak. Would anyone like to speak at this issue?
I will say, Logan, I did not run for this position for health insurance. It wasn't offered, I'm beginning my 8th year now. It wasn't offered again. I would hope, like a council member, I would like to see our town have, that would not be a single reason that they would seek election, but as Tom Lester said, and I think Mike said, it could make us attractive for people. Yeah, in my 8 years, I think I might have missed 3 council meetings, maybe 3, secondary. You know, I don't just attend this one meeting once a month, like Mike said, and I know you spend a lot of time, and I greatly respect and appreciate that. Community development, working with cats, we do. I'm not saying that people don't, but you know, I spend a lot of time in a lot of ways, and I give a lot back to this community. And I have a lot of plans to give something big in the near future back to recreation. So I personally do not have any bad feelings about working with it.
Thank you. Is there someone else? She had 2 statements, and hopefully be clear what I'm trying to do.
I just want the record to state that the tax increases that Mr. Ratliff mentioned have not been talked about by any member of council and the council body. And We have these were sent out in a memo. Obviously, they got out. These are just proposed. We have not even discussed these as a whole or what that might be. We're not there yet. We have workshops that we haven't attended yet where we will be able to talk about these things and talk through these things. And I encourage all citizens to come. If you got ideas, I'm an open door. But those have not been discussed or voted on with any member of this council.
Thank you. Is there someone else who would like to speak?
I would. The taxes are public knowledge. And I never put anything on Facebook at all about the taxes. And it's my understanding that a citizen, the way this got out, forwarded, and Mr. The county attorney can attest to that, is the way that it got out on Facebook. Is that not correct?
I don't know about you taking on Facebook, but I know that information is a fully piece of information I have to request for that.
Right. So several citizens forwarded it. All I'm saying, I had nothing to do with it. And if I did, I would, sure, I'd put it out there because I think every citizen needs to know. They need to know what's coming. And there's a lot coming their way.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
I just want to reiterate that, and I may, correct me if I'm wrong, we had this last year. We had this covered last year. As far as I know, we never increased one thing last year, we still provided this.
That's what I was going to the Richards sentiment on that. That's what I felt like. Why really change it? What are we even having, sort of what Richard said, discussion anyway? It's an option. And it's your option to take it or not. Like I said, I think each council member brings a lot to this table. And I think we bring a lot as a council. We've got a lot of tough decisions together and moving forward with our workshop sessions and this year's budget. And like I said, we trust everybody in here and we trust their decisions, and the citizens have elected most of you, however it's been appointed. So I have not been elected, so therefore I feel a little differently on this matter as far as it being an option to me. So like I said, but it's an option to everybody in this room, and take it. And I will feel no ill will towards anybody who takes it or choose not to.
Thank you, Jeff. Gordon, every second two turns, would you like to finally go?
I have no comment. I said what I said and I mean what I said, so. Being.
Well, I want to be fair to everyone, and everyone tried my best to keep it orderly. I want to thank the members of the council for expressing their honest opinions in such a dignified way. Thank you. Okay, so are we ready to take this up?
Council wishes to consider this resolution and need to entertain a motion to waive the second reading.
Okay. If council wishes to consider this motion, this resolution, we will have to have a motion to waive a second reading.
I'll make a motion to waive second reading.
Richard made a motion to waive the second reading,
I'll second the motion.
and Jeff seconded the motion to waive the second reading. Is there any discussion? Logan? No. Mike?
No. Yes. If we get a second reading, it would have to be next council meeting. Yeah. Don't you think as council that if we get a second reading, that would give a chance for the citizens to voice their opinion of what they think this will, if they think it's appropriate for council to vote this in? I would think about that. And why not give the citizens next month to think about this? And we can do it then. And they can have participation and attend the meeting and tell us how they feel.
Thank you, Jeff. And you discuss this motion to waive the second reading.
I think I will, okay, apologize. I will say, like, life, and I think Jeff said, I don't even know why we're having this discussion. So I think all another month does, it causes so much division. And citizens, they most definitely have the right, to their opinion. We serve citizens, but there are already all these false assumptions that the only way we can provide health insurance is to raise all these taxes, and this false assumption that we are a destitute community, that financially we are in a horrendous condition, and we are not.
Thank you. Richard, is there any additional you want to say? I tried to go this way. Yeah. Okay, I think everybody had an opportunity to say something, one second.
We don't have a second one. We don't have a second,
Well, I didn't specify it, but I hope, I think we've made our points. Are you okay with that?
now I would like to just state that
You may say, just keep it brief.
Okay. there's no way that we're not gonna have to raise taxes pertaining to accounts. I'm sure they're gonna be raised, I'll probably vote no on every one of them, because the budget will never be cut, and the budget keeps going up. And this, motion, or this, health insurance is gonna add, no matter what we say, to the burden of those citizens that's gonna pay those taxes that we're gonna raise on them.
Thank you. Okay. In fairness, anybody else want to say a statement on this? Okay. I'll call for a roll call vote. Those kind of business to dispense with the second reading.
No.
Mark,
Yes.
No.
Marion,
Yes.
Richard, Jeff,
Yes.
Motion carries. Okay, yeah. I'll read the resolution so we're very clear what we're doing, and then I'll entertain a motion to pass the resolution. The local choice health benefits program provides health insurance benefits to our employees and their dependents. Be it hereby resolved that this 13th day of April 2021, the town council of the town of Richlands does approve the coverage be added for our elected governing body and their dependents to be effective on July 1st, 2021, and continuing in conjunction with their health insurance benefits. It is our desire to cover them as a special class of full-time employees. We recognize that health benefits for this class of employee be available as long as they remain in their elected positions. Retiree coverage for elected officials is not available. All right, so I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'd make that motion to give this under discussion.
But you did the second. So the second.
No, for the first.
Okay.
So, to open discussion, I already have a motion.
Okay, so this will set aside to pass? Okay, thank you, Ricky. You seconded it for the record. Okay, thank you. So the motion and second is on the floor. Any discussion? Last round. Okay, roll call vote, Connie.
Logan,
No.
Mike,
Yes.
Bud,
No.
Marion,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Jeff.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. John, shall you continue?
Yeah, the next item, if you'll turn in your agenda packet, you should have a memo that has a list of 7 different dates. I'd like to go ahead and get 2 to 3 of these that you all are all available for our budget workshops. I anticipate having those at 6 o'clock, as we have this meeting, but I'd like to at least get 2 or 3 of these set in stone so we can start, looking at, plan ahead for those and get those started.
Okay, so we poll the council and see what we can do.
Yes.
Let's see, as part of the budget process at our council meeting, in April, I will ask that you schedule the budget workshop. Please review and consider the following dates. And then, although I do not anticipate we will need this many budget workshops, as this helps facilitate the discussion at our meeting. So what is your pleasure, John? Would you like to choose maybe 2 dates out of here if possible? What's your thought?
Yes, 2 or 3.
Okay, so let's poll the council and try to find a mutually convenient time. So we'll start with, I know I have one that I can't, so, pulling in my calendar. All right, okay. I think one thing we need to do is establish, so we can understand the date and the time that we're going to be meeting. In the past, we've had different times to meet the budget work sessions. It seems that the more earlier times are more popular. Okay, so may I suggest we start budget work session at 6 o'clock? Remember what the date is, because it may make a difference in your schedule. Is that acceptable, just by consensus? Anybody object to 6 o'clock? All right, 6 o'clock. First date, April 21st, which is a Wednesday.
I would personally like to stay away from Wednesdays, due to church.
I have a conflict, a severe conflict as well.
Okay, so the 21st is out. The April 22nd, which is a Thursday. How does that seem to council? London will start over here, April 22nd.
I'm available at that.
Mike?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Mary Ann? Yes. Richard? Jeff?
Yes.
All right, so let's say April 22nd. We'll mark that one, okay? Now, I'm gonna say here, we could pick another one, but maybe we should pick a little further apart in case we need to revamp a little bit. Or we could. All right? Yeah. All right, so the next date is April 27th, but that isn't far. Let me get my calendar back up, guys, sorry. Okay, April 20, we've chosen the 22nd. 27th is not that far away, and I'm not good for that date. Okay, personally. So shall we go to the 29th, which is a week away, April 29th. It's a Thursday at 6 o'clock. What does that look like for you?
I'll wait for that day. That's good.
Okay,
I'm good on that day.
Gary, Ann, Richard, Jeff. I mean,
I was checking this,
of course.
I was checking the schedule, excuse me.
Oh, you're fine. That's what we're trying to coordinate this stuff.
Funeral bills is a little dicey.
That we should be good.
All right. Let's choose one more in case we need it, and we'll have it on the calendar, okay? So moving on down, I'm trying to get a little space in between here. Hold on. Okay, April 29, that's too close. Well, we just chose that. No, we chose the 27th. Okay,
We chose
29, okay, I've got it on. Thank you, thank you. All right, May 3rd, let's get over to May. May 3rd, no, for May. May 5th is a Wednesday. May 6th, which is a Thursday. I'm just trying to avoid Wednesdays at request. Logan, how do you look for May the 6th?
I prefer the 6th.
I prefer the 6 as well.
How are you with that, Mike? 6?
6 is good. 5 was
Six. Mary Ann, are you good with that? Richard?
I'm not ready.
Not, let's pick one you can do. Jeff, is the 6th?
I don't anticipate every, that's gonna be every workshop.
But we're trying.
I mean, I'm available the 3rd, but,
Well, let's,
or 4th and 6th.
I'm not available on the 3rd.
I realize, I know it happens, but if we could possibly be here, we have 4 minutes. So let's just, John, Matt, choose a day, you see what works for you. Another day besides this.
Yeah, it depends on what, and we can look at May 5th if we have to, and we can make that decision
That's a week.
after the second one. That one
Do
before
you
we
think
go back
it will
up.
take 3, should we settle for 2?
Well, I know we're gonna try to get the people that are doing the rate study to have them come present, so the more options we have.
Let's go for 3.
I know there are at least 3 options. If
Okay.
we need more, we can do more. If we get done with 2, we don't need it, we can, or just get the last.
I'll just go ahead. Now, Richard, what is the problem with 22nd? We don't want to get to the dates where we don't get too close to that because everybody's trying to do lots of things in different ways. I'll just throw this out. What about the 13th? What do you put that?
Well, that would be after our next board meeting, so I was trying to just look at what's between now and our next board meeting. And then the next board meeting, we can kind of reassess where we are.
Okay, you want something closer. We looked at May 6th, and that was out with you. What about May 4th?
That's up.
The 13th is good. I may have to leave early.
It's
Okay.
after council though.
Sure.
What about if we had to do Wednesday the fifth?
I'm good. I'm good on the beach.
May 5th.
I can make it work.
What is the Cinco de Mayo look like to you?
It's better than the Star Wars Day.
Senor, so I can make it, if that's, if all the rest of the council is good for the fifth, then I can agree with it.
I hear you trying to find to make it better. How does that look for you? With Mary and Richard. Let's just choose one more because there's a slight conflict for Mike.
No, it's fine.
What
I'll,
about Saturday? We did the interviews on
I was
Saturday.
so used to working
Fun
Saturdays.
And we'll start at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, it was cold and in the middle of winter.
Jeff, do you work Saturday?
Jim Hall is works.
Rod, you're a workaholic, okay? You know this.
Retail.
Okay.
Okay, let's go with the 5th, shall we?
That'll be fine.
All right, so I'll reiterate those, and if I have it wrong, I made a mess here. April 22nd is the budget work session at 6 o'clock. April 29th, is that correct? April 29th and May the 5th. 3 budget work sessions. Okay,
What if we, hypothetically, what we would
or we can advance. Put them-
guess we can go after,
Yeah,
May meeting.
Well, I mean, you have Monday the tenth. Yeah,
Is there something Monday, Connie or Adrian, is that planning commission or?
Second Monday.
The second Tuesday. IDA is the same day as council and planning commission's the first Monday.
I just think
We do that.
with all the apprehension in the community with citizens and taxes and what's going on, I think we
First Tuesday.
when we come to council in May, if we had decisions, I think it would calm everybody down.
We might have like
Yes, and I'll have something prepared for council here this week regarding the procedure for any sort of effective new taxes about public hearings and.
That's right, we'll have 3 meetings, about that.
so we're settling on these 3 dates for the time. Is that a consensus? Logan? Yes. All right.
Yep.
Mary Ann?
Yes.
Richard? Jeff? Okay, so, Ron, we settled on 3 days.
We can't wait, John.
Just like this.
Jim always talks about it.
Yes. Well,
You said you bought it.
All right,
I've got a few different miscellaneous items I wanted to go over. If you look in your agenda packet, you all should have received a update on kind of timeline for the water treatment plant. And I want to pass that along. There's a few items that are highlighted that we're working out the details of what dates exactly doesn't take place. I want to pass along the most recent timeline to you all on that. The next time, I believe, several months ago, we received some COVID money, and we will start looking at getting contracts or at least bids for doing the drive-through up here at Town Hall for our water and utility customers to come through, make it a little more accessible for them, so they don't have to park, get out of their car, come in, especially during COVID. This is something I think that would be very, very well accepted and used by many of our citizens. Then, as you know, the Allegheny Street will be closed through June 29th. I want to highlight that hopefully they will be done sooner, but at the worst case scenario, that's when they just going to be completed with that project down there. And then the last item, the handout or something. This is something that Mr. Plaster brought up in his email or when we met, the person regarding the public access channel. So I spoke with Frank to kind of get an estimate on what it would cost to get that back up and running. I think it's been about 6 months since it's been active for a live board meeting. So there's a quote included here, and then 2 of us will try to answer any questions you all have. But I'd like to get some direction on this moving forward. This is the cost of what it would be to get these board meetings back to being live on that channel. So either we do that or we can look at other options on running it the following day, whatever it may be, but if I get some direction from the board on, it's something y'all want us to move forward on.
Is code money available for this? I know this is something that code.
From what I understand, it's something that we've talked about before, but since this is upgrading our current hardware, they didn't like that option, if I'm correct. But this one, I guess we already had some sort, and then probably changed it to upgrade our current hardware, but it wasn't something they wanted to allow us to spend that money on.
Is that through the county?
I believe so.
Can I make a motion? Mr. Mayor, have we, I make a motion that we go ahead and direct the town manager, Mr. O'Daniel, to acquire the appropriate equipment and get us back on the access channel.
There's a motion on the floor to authorize, Joe Daniel to acquire the proper equipment for this new access channel. Motion made by Doug, seconded by Richard. Any discussion, Logan?
No, it has been mentioned by several citizens that the YouTube is not, it goes in and out, and that they are having a hard time hearing, and they all said that the access channel worked better than YouTube, so I think that we need to do this.
John, I want you to really look into the streaming service because there's likely a number of options there. I want to exhaust that before we buy equipment, obviously. But there's tons of streaming services out there. I'll see if I can be of assistance. But I just want to exhaust that before we certainly need it. So if we can't do it that way, then we obviously need it. Because I've had a few people mention it as well. We want to be as transparent as we can. So we need to provide it. So let's make sure we really dig through our streaming services before we take the plunge with
But that won't prohibit, Mr. O'Daniel acquiring the other equipment. We just talked about this. Right. Yeah, okay.
I understood what you're saying. The motion is to do it.
Yes.
Hearing.
Yeah, sure. We actually had a discussion right now in the rec commission about, I think the steward had asked, where do we get all this information? Or how do people know? I think that's when I think I texted Adrian about that. She was telling me that they were having problems with Spectrum's upgrading their public access.
Okay, thank you for the discussion. There's a motion and a second on the floor to authorize John O'Daniel to proceed with the purchase of the necessary equipment that is back on the access channel. Madam Clerk, would you do a roll call vote?
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Jay.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I believe that was the last item I had. Yeah, that was everything.
Thank you. Okay. So looking on the agenda, we are down to Roman numeral 14, executive closed session pursuant to Virginia code. And we have an A, B, and a C here. Shall we go off in all at one time? Okay. So we have, I'm going to read this, make sure I have it right. Okay. I will entertain a motion that the mayor and members of council convene an executive closed session for the purpose of discussion of personnel as permitted by subsection, here we go. This is what it is, 2.2-3711A1, personnel town attorney. All right. B is not personnel. It is, I'm requesting the same motion for mayor and members of council to convene an executive closed session for the purpose of discussion of actual threatened probable litigation. That is 2.2-3711A7. The third item, I'm requesting a motion, we have one broad motion, for the mayor and members of council to convene an executive closed session for the purpose of discussion of legal counsel and specifically a utility and VDOT easement utilization. That number is 2.2-3711A8. So I will entertain a motion, a collective motion.
I'll make that motion, Mayor.
I'll second that one.
Jeff has made the motion for 3 items in executive session, and it is seconded by Mike. Is there any discussion? Other? No. Mike? No. No. Mary Ann?
No.
Richard? No. Jeff? Get roll call vote, please.
Logan,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Bud,
Yes.
Marion,
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
Okay, we will go into closed session and we'll be out, hopefully not too long. I should have called for the recess. We'll move a recess. I call for a 5-minute recess and then we'll convene in the council chambers or in Okay, council will come to order. We are returning to open session, and I'm going to ask for a certification and a report of action. So, I will entertain a motion that members of council reconvene in open session and accept the certificate of executive session certifying that the matters discussed while in executive session were those both lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements and identified in the motion for which the closed session was convened. A roll call vote, please.
Ogden,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Doug,
Yes.
Mary Ann,
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
Motion carries. Is there any further business? Okay, there being no further business, we'll accept a motion to adjourn the meeting, and our next meeting is May the 11th at 6 p.m.
I'll make the motion.
Jeff makes a motion to adjourn.
I'll second it.
Aaron seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Connie, that was easy.
Everybody
said yes.
Yes, for everybody. Thank you.
Everybody did say yes, all right.
I said no.
You want to stay for a while?
April 26th.
Just check.
Yeah.
Come build